Maybe we'll have a quick discussion whether Senator Perkins is chairing or if I am.
All right, we are live on YouTube.
Well, good morning. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us today. This is the final meeting of the Management Audit Committee, December 16th, 2020. We have a rather robust agenda today, and I know there'll be lots of discussion and questions about some of these items, so we'll try to move through our agenda in good order. I'm calling the meeting to order. We are certainly joined by Chairman Perkins, and I'll just affirm with Chairman Perkins that he'd like me to continue chairing the meeting. Chairman Perkins?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Perkins. I believe, Carla, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Vice Chair Barlow. Senator Beitman?
Here.
Senator Bouchard?
Here.
Senator Guru? Senator James?
Here.
Representative Crank? Representative Gray?
Here.
Representative Obermuller?
Here.
Representative Pelkey?
Here.
Representative Western?
Here.
Chairman Perkins?
Here.
And Vice Chairman Barlow.
Here. And Carla, please note Senator Gru is excused as he has appropriations today, and also excuse Representative Crank. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. First, President Perkins, Chairman Perkins, any opening comments before we dive into our agenda?
No, go ahead, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, Mr. Majority Floor, Mr. Speaker-elect, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. By the way, that light right above your head has a aura that gives you an aura this morning.
Hey, that's just me.
No, that's you. Never mind. The power is off in your home.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and begin with our agency update. Department of Audit, Public Funds Division. As folks will remember, we requested Management Council assign this division of the Department of Audit to Management Audit as its home committee. So this is why we're going to continue get an agency update, and then we're going to go on to some other issues underneath that. So Mr. Chavez, I see a room with a couple of folks in it, and I'm sorry the distance is enough that I'm not sure who's in the room. So go ahead and proceed, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Justin Chavez, Public Funds Administrator, Department of Audit. I also have with me Rich Cummings. He's our audit manager for our state and local government section, just in case there's detailed questions that you may have that I'm not able to answer. So most of our discussions in the Management Audit Committee meetings have revolved around state and local government. So that's where I'll start with my update. And then after that, if the committee is interested in updates on our school finance stuff, I can talk about that as well. So currently, we are in our census reporting period. So the end of this month is the due date for publishing the cost of government report and all of the associated reports that have more detail. So we're in the process of still collecting information for that so that we can aggregate all that information and publish it by the end of this month. So as we go through the process for census, there are multiple deadlines, if you will. The first deadline for entities to report their financial information to us is September 30. After that, we give notices the first week of October, first week of November, first week of December for those entities who have yet to report to us. So at the end of September, we had 3 clerks and treasurers who had not yet reported. We are now down to 0 of those. All clerks and treasurers have reported to us. At the end of September, there were 14 cities and towns that had not reported to us. We are now down to 2 of those that have yet to report their financial information to us. At the end of September, there was 191 special districts who had not reported to us. We're now down to 24 of those, with 4 of those being entities that are in the process of dissolving or have been in the process of dissolving. And then for county boards, at the end of September, there were 24 that hadn't reported to us, and we are now fully compliant with county boards. In addition to the census reports that are due to us, statute provides for varying levels of oversight depending on the revenue and expenditure levels of the entities. And so we term that follow-up paperwork that's due to us. Currently, we still have quite a bit of follow-up paperwork that we are missing. The follow-up paperwork is due at the end of October. Currently, there are 2 clerks and treasurers who have not submitted their follow-up paperwork, 24 cities and towns, 151 special districts, and 11 county boards. I have not compiled the information on CPA reports or reviews because those aren't due until the end of this month. And so I don't know how beneficial that information would be to provide prior to the deadline. Although we do anticipate at least some CPA reports being late due to CARES Act funds. There are some entities that have to submit CPA reports to us that did expend enough in CARES Act funding prior to June 30, which requires a single audit. And at least as of the end of last week, the supplemental guidance for CARES Act funding had not been released. And so the CPA firms that have clients subject to that are waiting for the supplemental guidance to come out before completing their audits. So entities such as community colleges, the Business Council, that have a lot of pass-through funds, we anticipate those CPA reports coming in after December 31st. Currently, we are in the process of auditing 2 towns. They are in the fieldwork and write-up process, and then we are in the planning process of an audit for 1 special district. So that kind of gives you an outline of where we are with our state and local government function. I can take questions about those. If you're interested in any information on our school finance audit side, I can give an update on that, whatever the committee would like.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions based on that outline of kind of where things stand as far as, I guess, in preparation for the issuance of the cost of government report? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Justin, a couple questions. One, I mean, outside the CARES Act issues, just out of curiosity, is this about the kind of the normal response? Is it better than usual? Worse than usual?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, I would say probably about normal. It's about how it flows. The entities kind of, we get more and more come in after the deadline. I'd say usually after the December letter goes out, because the December letter is the letter that instructs the county clerk or county treasurers, excuse me, to withhold funds to any special districts who aren't compliant. That tends to get most of the rest of them to submit to us. I'd say on average, we're probably somewhere less than 10 by the end of the year that haven't submitted. I would say we're probably on pace for that this year as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Chavez? Any further questions? I guess my query would be twofold. It seems like when you broke it out, you had clerks and treasurers, so those are counties, so there's 46 of those. And then you had municipalities, I think we're approximately 99 municipalities, so 2% delinquency rate, if you will, if there's two that not. What is our actual delinquency percentage or whatever on special districts to, I think Chairman Perkins is, I don't recall how many total special districts in relation to the 10 or whatever we end up short. That'd be.
Mr. Chairman, we have on average around 675 special districts in any given year. That fluctuates a little bit, but.
Okay, thank you. And then the next thing, so we have a mechanism to withhold funds or to encourage compliance for special districts. We don't have any for those other entities, do we?
Mr. Chairman, for, is it cities and towns?
It's the clerks, yeah. Mr. Chairman, this is Rich Cummings with the state treasurer also withholds funds from the counties and cities and towns if they're delinquent, because they're submitted in a report as well.
Okay, so I just for the timing of understanding that mechanism, when does the state treasurer receive that kind of information from the Department of Audit so they can actually take action on it? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's the November letter that instructs the state treasurer to withhold funds.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee, any other questions on this topic, on the update?
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Go ahead, Chairman Perkins. And
Thank you.
then Representative Gray.
Thank you. Just following up, and when we have non-compliance is just a submission of the report, correct? It's it doesn't matter as long as the report's submitted. That's the compliance, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Perkins, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Although I will.
Representative Gray. Go ahead, Justin. Go ahead, Justin. My apologies.
Just as an additional piece of information, in terms of for withholding funding, it's the census report. But in terms of other compliance, if they haven't submitted their follow-up paperwork that's required by statute, that factors into, for example, state lands when they are giving out grant money. They'll ask us if entities are compliant with all of their reporting and follow-up paperwork in determining whether or not to release funds.
And Mr. Vice Chairman?
Please.
So what's the follow-up paperwork, Justin, that you just referred to?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Perkins, so it depends on what level of revenues and expenditures they have, but the follow-up paperwork includes proof of cash, internal control self-audit, and an annual report summary.
All right, thank you.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for purposes of this November letter, are we supposed to believe that there are two municipalities that are being withheld funds from the state? I mean, I know in terms of the 105 million, that goes out in two payments that maybe aren't subject to that based on the timing. But I mean, there are other payments I think that cities get. I mean, has the Department of Audit issued that letter and taken action as you know of, or is it just sort of out there? You've notified them and they may or may not take action.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
Representative Gray, we have issued that letter. We don't have any authority to take any action. All we can do is notify the treasurer that statute requires they withhold the funds. So we do issue that letter with the entities who are non-compliant as of November. All
right, so it sounds like a question for the state treasurer's office when we potentially, Representative Gray. Any follow-up, Representative Gray? Okay. Senator James, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it the same entities that keep making these same mistakes over and over again, that don't file their paperwork on time?
Mr. Chairman, Senator
Please.
James, I think there definitely are some entities that are habitually late on submitting their required reports to us. Some of them are repeats from year to year, others are not.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please,
And-
Senator James.
And are there any penalties or escalations for these habitual offenders?
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, no penalties that I'm aware of for being a habitual offender, just the requirements of funds being withheld for those that aren't compliant, but nothing that I'm aware of specifically for habitual late reporters.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. James.
Do you have any suggested preventative measures to prevent these entities from not filing their paperwork on time, or any suggested measures to prevent these habitual offenders?
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, the withholding of funding, I think, generally prompts the entities to finally report. We try to, in terms of trying to get them to submit on time, we have regular contact with them. We try to provide training, but I think.
I mean, as far as getting.
Senator James, let's let him finish his answer, and then if you have a follow-up, let's do that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, I think I was pretty much finished. We try to provide training. The withholding of funds that does tend to get most of the entities to eventually report, outside of maybe moving up the date for when you're withholding funds. I don't think I'd have any other ideas.
Senator James, follow up.
That doesn't really seem to be work. I mean, like you were saying, you have over 100 entities that seem to be late before the first notice, and then it takes like the second notice before it actually drops down. Anything, and then you also have habitual offenders. So we're trying to prevent that particular situation. Is you don't think that you don't have any suggestions that we could put in there to prevent that particular type of situation? I mean,
Mr. Chairman,
I think go ahead, Justin, just a moment. I think that he gave us one suggestion about maybe the earlier withholding of funds, and the policy is, of course, our job. He's trying to do his job with the outline we've provided, the legislature's provided. So, but I think there is some follow-up. So maybe give it some thought, Mr. Chavez, and the department, if there's certain trigger points to Senator James's point where you think that there could be legislature could have a greater role, maybe management audit, maybe we get a report earlier and we send a accompanying letter or things like that. So if there are some things that you think, not on the spot, but in reflection, that you think might be helpful, I think we would appreciate that. Any further questions for Department of Audit? Representative Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Barlow. Just one suggestion for the future, and not trying to be difficult here, but I think it would be good if we could get this written, on these agency updates. I think it would be good for the culture of the committee. And I appreciate the verbal one too, but I've always been kind of a visual person. trying to remember the statute and what report we're talking about a lot of times with Department of Audit. So it doesn't have to be super long, but just one suggestion. Thank you.
And
Thank you. And actually, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I can get that to you. I didn't provide anything in advance because I wanted the most current numbers that we had. So these were actually updated this morning right before the meeting, but we can get you a physical document. And then to speak to another point on how to help compliance. The vast majority of the special districts that aren't compliant as of the end of September are improvement and service districts whose revenues come primarily from user fees, and there is no funds for the treasurer to withhold in that case. So that adds some difficulty in enforcement when the mechanism used for enforcement for most of the other entities isn't really effective.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do appreciate Representative Gray's suggestion that even if it's a point in time report from the department, which can be updated as we're in the meeting, that is appreciated because it's kind of hard to follow the timelines and the numbers as we're going through a completely verbal testimony. So that is appreciated. And just let's actually make a note of that for Ms. Bodewins as we proceed with our future meetings. Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chavez, so you said that those improvement districts generate their money through user fees. So obviously they get to control the money flow rather than having Cheyenne have a say in it. Do you have any idea in terms of a dollar amount specifically? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the request is what kind of value are we talking about with these districts that we don't have any control over and that are delinquent or late? Thank you.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, I can get that information for you. I imagine there's a range of revenues and expenditures. Some of those special districts are going to be in the $25,000 or less category, but you also have ones that'll be up over $1 million category. So, but we can get that to you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for the department on the agency update? Then we've got some, actually, maybe we've kind of done our non-compliant entities part of that as well, but any other updates? Any other questions on the update? All right, then let's proceed on. Mr. Chavez, I think we have reporting requirement of non-compliant. Maybe we've kind of covered that. Is that my understanding of your initial report?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
All right, so now on our agenda, we have Mr. Riemann, who has signed up. So Jeremiah, welcome, Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Please provide any comment you would have on the agency update and the required reporting for non-compliant entities. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here representing the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. At your last meeting, you requested and I committed to diving into non-compliant special district, in particular to determine whether counties were following through with their responsibilities under statute for dissolution of special districts. So my comments will be specific to those special districts. Following the last meeting, Mr. Rich Cummings and I did have a conversation, and I do appreciate he provided me with a report from last year relative to the non-compliant special districts at that point in time. I want to provide a few numbers as it relates to that report, and then I'll provide some commentary. And Representative Gray, members of the committee, I'm happy to submit a copy of that report that was given to me along with some of the numbers immediately following this testimony. On that report were a number of entities, 16 entities, special districts that were not compliant with the reporting requirements through December 20th of 2019. 10 of those ultimately did provide a response to the department. And just based on my quick calculations, they did that within 20 days of that December 20th deadline. 2 of the special districts that the counties received letters to dissolve those districts, in fact, were dissolved. One of those entities is not subject to dissolution. That happens to be the Park County Parks and Recreation Board. It just is not statutorily required to be dissolved, so the county really has no power there, which means that there were 3 remaining entities that as of today have not been dissolved but are in process of being dissolved. Those 3 entities are improvement and service districts, and all 3 of them are in Natrona County. One of them is in a 2-year delay from being dissolved, and I'll get into some of the commentary around that here shortly. Just hearing the update from the Department of Audit, it's my sense that Mr. Justin Chavez mentioned that there were 24 special districts that currently haven't reported during this cycle, and that 4 of those are in dissolution. I'm assuming that 3 of those that he's referencing are these 3 entities, and maybe the 4th is that one that is not subject to dissolution. Mr. Chairman, I did talk to the Natrona County Attorney, Eric Nelson, to get an understanding of why those 3 entities haven't been dissolved during the course of this year, and why one of them has taken 2 years to process. What I found out through that conversation is that Natrona County, and maybe the president has some background on this, but Natrona County actually requires when a subdivision is platted in the unincorporated area of the county, that the entity establish an improvement and service district to ensure that there is some way to fund and manage roads and other services for that area, so it doesn't become borne by the rest of the citizens of the county, which does provide some complexity when you begin to unravel those improvement and service districts. The county has established a working group that includes the treasurer, the assessor, the county attorney, and the clerk's office to see how they might come about a better process for dissolution and move forward. But I was told that the 3 remaining entities, again, all improvement and service districts, are scheduled for final completion and dissolution in the first part of 2021. Just one last little bit. I did talk about with Natrona County the one entity that they did dissolve this year. That happened to be the Bloody Turnip Improvement and Service District. And what I found out there is that they've encountered a lot of problems trying to dissolve that, because there were some in the Improvement and Service District that wanted to dissolve, others that did not want to dissolve. It became somewhat of a court case and legal case about who had, what voting rights and how many voting rights. And so it did take them some time to unwind that, but ultimately they did dissolve that special district. So, Mr. Chairman, that would conclude my testimony, but all in all, of the 16 entities that were non-compliant last year, again, 10 of them ultimately did comply in short order afterwards, and only 6 were brought forward to county commissioners, and we have 3 remaining to be dissolved.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that follow-up. That is helpful. Could you mentioned Natrona County, what other counties, just for our knowledge, had pursued the dissolutions?
Mr. Chairman, the other county that did pursue and dissolve a special district was Sweetwater County. The other county that has a non-compliant entity as Park, but they're not subject to dissolution.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, any of the questions for Mr. Raymond or the Wyoming Commissioners Association about this issue? All right, Senator James, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if you might be able to go in a little bit more detail on why the Park County can't be dissolved.
Please proceed, Mr. Jeremiah.
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, I'm happy to dig a little bit further, but I assumed from my conversation with Mr. Cummings that it's simply a matter of statutory construct, that there isn't a dissolution provision in there for that sort of a special district. But I will
Cummings,
follow up.
Mr. Cummings, you're also present, so if you go ahead and just provide any comment for Senator James and the committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically what ended up happening with that particular entity was we'd set them out, we'd sent them the normal letter to dissolve them, and then their attorney came back and talked about statutory provisions that they didn't feel they fell under, and then they worked with the state attorney general. And then the attorney general put out an opinion indicating that they did not fall into that. So it's all related to their evaluation of the statutes.
Thank you very much. So maybe Abby, let's follow up on that attorney general, if there was an attorney general opinion formal, and see what that lays out, and that might help guide Senator James's question. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. Ryman. You're talking about Eric Nelson saying that, you know, these improvement districts, if they're dissolved, there's a problem of it dropping back to the responsibility of the county. I'm just curious about that as kind of a trap scenario, that these actually do get dropped back. Does the county have a responsibility to pick up those responsibilities if a special district drops them?
Let's start with, well, actually, Senator Perkins is waving his hand desperately as a former county commissioner in Natrona County. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. At least, you know, so yeah, being a former county commissioner in Natrona County and former chairman of Natrona County, the requirement that you would create a special service district is something that they've done since I was on the county commission. But the issue generally resolves around, you have someone come with some kind of rural subdivision or subdivision outside an incorporated area, and so generally when they provide a plat of the subdivision, they dedicate the roads to the public, and what that means then is that becomes a public thoroughfare or a public road. The distinction then is whether or not the public road then becomes a county road. And at least back from my county commissioner days, and maybe there's been some law change or court cases that have changed that. But when you dedicate something to the public, it does not make it a county road. The counties have to go through a formal process of adopting or accepting a county road. And if they don't do that, it's not a county. Now, that doesn't change the public perception that they think because it's a quote a public road, that the maintenance obligation then is shifted to the county or whatever is the controlling governmental entity. But anyway, that's one of those perceptions and nuances that you find out in the unincorporated areas of our counties.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reaman, anything to add to that as you were there speaking with the county attorney more recently?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think President Perkins did a great job, and he's correct. There is no requirement that counties adopt those as county roads. But obviously, as development happens in rural parts of our communities or our counties, there is often that expectation that the county is going to bear the costs for maintaining roads, providing fire and ambulance and other emergency and public health services. And I think in this instance, Natrona County was simply trying to find a way to alleviate or ensure that that wasn't borne by all of the citizens and focused on those that had developed the community.
To be clear, it's probably being done in other counties as well. We just happen to have the example
Correct.
out of this county. Representative Crank, welcome, and please proceed.
Thank you. And to add to that, though, when a plat is goes through the county, there's the owner, like President Perkins says, dedicates it, but there's also an acceptance. And that's what he was talking about. But the county is the one that accepts the plat. So sometimes the homeowners don't exist at the time the plat is done. So there has to be some mechanism to transfer it. If the county's accepted it, there has to be some other thing like a covenant or something to say that the homeowners are going to take it over, I would think.
Thank you very much. We have folks with lots of different experiences. Representative Gray, follow up on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to understand more on the implication of the dissolution and of these three improvement and service districts and the practice on them. So I assume the revenues are property tax mills, just going through the statute, but would those mills revert automatically to the county? Would they disappear, or is that a decision that the county commission would most likely make? Is that one of the things they're debating?
Jeremiah, please, this would be not on the one, but on the three.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that answer. I'm happy to take a deeper look at that, but I honestly don't have the answer for you today.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Yes, Senator Perkins, Chairman Perkins.
I think that the answer to that question is that when you create the improvement and service district, it allows you to self-tax your mills. When those are dissolved, the entity's dissolved and the mills will go away. And so, for example, if we talk about Bloody Turnip subdivision, if I remember right, is kind of up, if you go up Lower Circle Drive in Casper, it's the one that's on the right, it's a road that goes up there at the foot of Casper Mountain, just at the the west, kind of westernmost corner of that of Lower Circle Drive as it goes across front of the mountain, goes up in there. There's always been the neighbors up there have always been a little bit combative with each other. It's been a problem for a number of years, and I think what you'll find is with all of the old service districts, you go out there, they'll go away, and ultimately they'll continue to be an issue among those neighbors as they try and maintain those roads that go up into that subdivision. And ultimately it's, there's usually a set of easements that go across individuals' properties or the roads are platted. But what usually happens is the roads just become in a state of disrepair to the point that either neighbors will get together and fix it, but it can create issues for impassability issues for ambulance or other public response vehicles as they go up there. But those mills they just go away. There's no longer authority to collect them once the special district is dissolved. Is my understanding.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. Any other follow-up for County Commissioners Association? Jeremiah, we do appreciate the assistance with that, looking into those issues. And I don't know if there was any further asks, if there was, or if you think there's something else to flesh out, maybe just forward it as a supplement and to LSO, and they'll get it out to the committee. That would be appreciated if anything comes to light.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Next, we have third bullet point on our agenda is the review of special districts, municipalities audit responses. As the committee will recall, we took some actions and sent, and the committee authorized the chairman to send out some letters on behalf of the audit committee with regard to some of these audits that were entities that were not compliant with the reporting requirements. So I think either Carla or maybe Abigail is going to give us an update on where those stand. Just to be clear, there were some timing issues about when letters went out and when responses were due. So Abigail, there's some little bit of nuance in this, but Ms. Abodowins, if you would go ahead and give us an update, or if Ms. Smith is going to, however you'd like to proceed, please do.
Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Smith was going to walk through kind of the responses we received. I can give background on, we did send the letters out in 2 batches with different due dates. The last due date was December 9th. We initially started with 10 entities. 2 entities we didn't send up letters to because we realized, I believe it was I'll let Carla get into the districts. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Some of them were so recent that it didn't make sense to send a follow-up at this point. They had just provided follow-up response to the Department of Audit. So we held off on 2 districts. I think we have 2 districts still that we have not heard from at all. And Carla can provide all the information on who responded, when they responded, and that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Carla? Oh, there you are. Sorry, things move on the screen. My apologies. Please go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We did send out 8 letters to the various, there were special districts, and then there was the town of Burns, and there was going to be a letter to the town of Riverside, but their audit had just been completed last spring. So we chose not to send an audit letter to them. Also, Sublette County had the Joint Powers Board for Improvement for oil monies received several years ago, and there were 3 entities involved in that, and they're in the process of either being dissolved or trying to dissolve. So after speaking with them, we did not send a letter to them to respond. Actually, the county treasurer for Sublette County has been filing the paperwork with the Department of Audit and working with the Department of Audit to dissolve. So that leaves the other 8. We sent out the letters right after our October meeting, and then had a due date of November 16th. We received a couple of letters back as wrong addresses, and resent those letters after researching for an address. And those letters had the due date, like Abby said, of December 9th. Then there were, and so we received the responses that we received by December 9th. So initially we received from Albany County Predator Management District, LaPrelle Irrigation District, the town of Burns, Sierra Madre Water and Sewer Joint Powers Board, and then recently talked to Highland Hanover and Lovell Irrigation District. So the 2 that we have not heard from are the Clearview Improvement and Service District out of Rock Springs, and the Laramie County Fire District out of Burns, Fire District number 6, excuse me. And so we have some of those, the representatives of several of these special districts here to discuss the audit findings and where they are in their work on their audits. Jonathan's been in contact with them, and you have the audit letters and responses in your packet.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. So 6, we've received responses from 6, still have 2 outstanding. And when Ms. Smith refers to, we decided not to send a letter out, that was certainly done in consultation with the chairman and vice chairman.
Yes.
just because of timing. It wasn't, and then this past week with the two letters that were due, or the letters that were due on the 9th, or responses due on the 9th, because of the timing, I just made the call that this committee would take up those, how we would want to proceed with those at this meeting, and have them attend or present to our next meeting if that was appropriate, if the committee wanted to do so. So, so are there any questions just on the summary that Ms. Smith gave from the committee? Any questions on the summary of the 10 down to 8, down to remaining 2 that we've not received a response from? And then any questions? Representative Gray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read in the packet the letters that were sent out, but I'm not seeing the tab with the responses. Like, you know, all the letters that were sent were out, but I didn't see the responses. Did we get that in an email, or I didn't see it? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Barlow. Senator Gray, or Representative Gray, excuse me. There in your packet would be the letter from the Management Audit Committee to the entity, and then right after that would be their response. So for the first 4 letters you have, the response should be just immediately after the Management Audit Committee letter. And then at the time that we prepared the packet, we hadn't heard from the other 2 entities. And those 2 entities haven't provided the information, but they are supposed to be available to talk to you. And so the other 4 letters to the entities are provided in the packet. If you don't have those out, more than happy to resend that to you.
Mr. Chairman, I am not seeing those in the packet. I'm in the e-notebook.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. What I found is when I went to the website, and then you pull them up online, they weren't in there, but they were in the emailed packet that came out to us. And so I've been reviewing those. And I do have a question for Carla, if I may, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Please proceed.
Carla, thank you. Carla, did you, just kind of going down through, and I've been kind of doing some comparisons, it seemed to me that most of the responses we did get were pretty responsive. And I'm just wondering, Carla, if as you went through, if you found any glaring deficiencies in the responses. Overall, I think that the responses were pretty good. I think we're trying to get done what the deficiencies were. And so anyway, Carla, it's just if you noted any responses, overall, I thought they were pretty good.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree. As we reviewed those, we felt that, and talking to some of the entities, that they were very working towards being responsive and didn't want to be non-compliant. They had done the work or were in the process of doing the work or had a good reason why something was remiss. At least it sounded like a plausible explanation, considering the very kind of work that they have to do. So yes, I agree with you that it sounded like they were pretty much on top of things.
Thank you, Carla. And I guess that was my impression as well, as I tried to follow the letter and then their responses. Sometimes they had multiple items. I will note, I also, the difference between what we were provided as our e-notebook and the filings that are online, there is a little bit of a difference, maybe. I don't know in the ordering or whatever, but certainly I believe Representative Gray, page 7 of our e-notebook is the first response to the first letter, and then you can go down through. And I will say that some of the special district provided us a lot of information. We may not need to have it all. Let's how about that? Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Smith on the responses from those districts? And then we'll get into if there's any questions for the folks that are attending representing those special districts. Any questions for Ms. Smith? All right, so Abigail, if you would, if there's folks in the waiting room that are here for any of those special districts, maybe just let them all in at the same time and kind of let us know which districts they represent so we can kind of track that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've
Yes,
let
ma'am.
in Rosemary Lanta. I believe she is a county treasurer. And then there's a phone number. I'm not sure who that is calling in from. Who's calling in with that number?
All right, so let's first start with the phone number. Could you identify yourself, please, and what topic you're going to speak to?
It looks like the phone number has gone away.
That resolves that. Thank you very much. Ms. Lanta, would you please introduce yourself and then speak to, if you're speaking on any of these audit requests and follow-ups, that would be great. Go ahead and introduce yourself and speak to those.
Good morning. This is Rosemary Lanta. I'm with the High Desert Rural Healthcare District. And in addition, I'm also with the Association of Special Districts. I'm actually here more to address the topics of uniform accounting software and things like that. I don't have a comment on the audit feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as a matter of inquiry, you talked about you're certainly with a special district, but also an association. Would you just give us a thumbnail of that association and who is represented by it and how many entities? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm the Vice President of the Wyoming Association of Special Districts, and we were formed to provide training and information and best practices to the 639 special districts in the state. We formed about a year ago. We have put up a training program for district trustees at wyospecialdistricts.com. And as the trustees take these modules on the principal acts, elections, the laws that are general to all, procurement, and personnel, they will be able to print out certificates evidencing that they have taken the training. And we will be developing other modules in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And well, yeah, if you'll just mute yourself and you'll get an opportunity at the next one unless somebody has any questions for Ms. Lanta in regard to this particular topic that we're on. Probably, I don't see any hands waving. So probably at this point, certainly we can, maybe we do it at the committee business, but keep this in mind. We have two districts that have not responded and how we would like to follow up with them, how we'd like our staff to follow up with them. So we can take that up at the end of the day. But when we get to further new business or additional committee business, but keep that in mind. And certainly, Abigail, if you're keeping running notes of things to do, please add that. All right, we're a bit ahead of schedule, and part of that is that we are anticipating a few more of those special districts maybe to attend. So we kind of built in some time for those districts to be in attendance and provide testimony. So if there are no other questions on item number 2 off of our agenda. Oh, I see Abigail is seeking. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, part of that was 2 districts, they didn't receive the letters and they contacted us this week and they were gonna be on the call, but I don't believe they have joined. So okay. There's actually 4 that we didn't have responses from, but it looks like the Department of Ag is in the waiting room, so they're ready to go if you want to keep going.
All right, so if you would admit the Department of Ag, that'd be great. And then I think the responses that you received from the 2 districts, if you'll send those out as they appear to the committee, as they're received, and then we can take up the 2 that we have not received responses from also at the end of the day. So does that clear that desk, Ms. Bodewins?
Right, and the two actually, they got back to us, but they have not sent us a written response. So we can follow up and have them send that in and get it sent out to the committee. So
So
there's
we're down
actually
to 0?
there's actually 4 districts that have not provided a written response.
Okay. 2
Two
which
of
have
them-
committed to. Okay.
2 of them have actually reached out and let us know they didn't receive the letter, and we have been in contact with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we'll move on to our item number 3. I see Director Miyamoto has joined us, and Miss Berry, and I see also Miss Cook is joining as well. So Director Miyamoto, we're appreciative of you being here. Members, in your packet, you have seen the audit and the response from the director. So maybe, Doug, if you'll just kind of outline kind of the experience, the audit, what you learned from it, go from there, and then we'll take any questions. I think some of this is trying to understand a contemporary example of an audit as it's occurring, the responses, and then potentially our role when we have non-response, as the committee has been through the non-response thing. Now this happens to be a state agency, which is a little different than what we were speaking of with special districts, but we would appreciate just kind of the process you went through. Certainly the Department of Audit is here as well, timing, ability, that type of things. And then if there are specific things you want to talk to about in your audit that would be of interest to the legislative as far as policy considerations, we certainly would entertain those as well. So Director Miyamoto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Thank you for the opportunity. It's not often that you get an audit and have a venue like this to be able to talk about that audit. So it is much appreciated, however, a little bit unusual, but we'll try to provide as much information as we can on our experience and kind of some of the patterns that we noticed. Overall, I think the audit process for us went fairly well. There wasn't anything that were major deficiencies in my mind. I may not be the best one to ask, but at least in terms of our day-to-day business and what we do, I didn't think there was anything there that was glaring or dangerous for the Department of Ag or for the state of Wyoming and what we found. With me today, Mr. Chairman, I also have our Deputy Director, Stacia Berry, and our Administration Division Manager, Julie Cook, and to talk about more of the specifics of what that audit process was like. As soon as I'm done with kind of this background and introduction, it was my plan, if it's okay with you, to turn it over to Julie, as she was the one that interfaced most directly with the Department of Audit during this process. So WDA hasn't had a performance audit like this in quite a number of years, certainly not in the time that any of the 3 of us that are here today have been in this role. So this was a first time for us, and frankly, we didn't know exactly what to expect. The biggest challenge for us is that typically we're used to financial audits. And so we know what those standards are coming into a financial audit. We kind of know what they're going to be looking for and how and in what manner they're going to be analyzing that data. And that was a difference with this process. We didn't really know what they were going to be looking for and how they were going to analyze our annual reports. So that was a question we all had coming in, but it was just a difference knowing that normal audit standards didn't necessarily apply. Julie's certainly well versed at financial audits and is kind of used to this process that's very standardized and knew what to expect. Our most significant finding in my mind, the area where we need the biggest improvement, was in that area of information technology and the IT sector. And I have to admit that area brings some frustration to it for me. I was just coming into state government at the time that IT was all being centralized. And, to find out during our audit that we're lacking in some areas, particularly in the development of standard operating procedures for IT security, was concerning to me. What the Department of Audit was essentially asking us as a department to provide was, what kind of policies do you have in place, written policies that you follow and that you could replicate? to make sure that the right folks have access to the data that you hold and that the wrong folks don't have access to the data you hold. All of that's important, and I understand the need for that. But I don't feel like we necessarily have the expertise within our department anymore to be able to respond best to that. I don't think we're positioned in the best way to be able to write those policies. I know that during our audit process, we had asked for some templates of other standard operating procedures that might be out there to help us address how we might be able to increase our IT security and some of our procedures, and we couldn't get any of those. And I would think that centralization of IT would, one of the major advantages would be that overarching policy for all of us as agencies would be something that would be, readily available. It's an area where, frankly, we didn't know we were lacking, and we know that now. So there was some benefit to the audit from that standpoint too. It allows people to take a look at your methods from a different perspective than you have. These are all second nature numbers to us. It's things that we do every day, and I think we get a little bit used to them. And so it's not something, the mechanism by which we record a lot of the data that ends up in our annual report is really second nature to us, but it may not be as clear to folks who don't look at that every day. So I think from that standpoint, that was a benefit of our audit. We got to see a different perspective, looking at the data that we kind of take for granted. Now, to the issue of timing, that's one that was really important for us as a department. The whole audit process for us was started in the spring of this year. And WDA happened to be one of the agencies that at that time we were in absolute emergency mode. We had a lot of things going on in response to the pandemic. Most of it was revolving around food, but we were writing a lot of emergency regulations and allowing for some different activities that we had to memorialize essentially to make them legal, I guess. And what I'm talking about there is items like temporary food establishments that we had loosened up some of the restrictions and permitting requirements that we had for temporary food licenses because truck stops didn't have enough food, and we were still trying to keep trucks moving through. We wrote a variance for some standards on diesel, winter diesel. At that time, we were coming into the summertime, and typically we would require from a fuel quality standard that they switch from winter to summer. These types of issues that we didn't think about coming into an emergency like this one that became issues where we had vast stores of winter diesel fuel, not any real harm in burning it up, but we had just little issues like that we were very busy writing policy around. At the same time, we were asked to stand up a meat expansion grant program, and it was a big one. Probably it was the biggest one that the Department of Ag had ever undertaken. But we were in emergency rule writing mode. We were trying to allocate as much money to meat processors as we could, as quickly and responsibly as we could. And so then to have this audit come in was an item that gave me some concern, because I wanted to make sure we were focusing on what was most important at the time. I think we got it done okay, but the timing was really a challenge for us. And you'll see in that report that, we had they had given us some kind of date by which to respond to the recommendations in the audit, and we didn't get them back in time, and that was mostly because we were gone. We were at state fair during that time as well. So we had step 1, 2, 3 of budgets going on. We had this giant meat program, a lot of emergency rules that we were promulgating, and this just didn't rise to the top of the priority heap to address, and I'll admit that right out. And so we did it as quickly as we could. And I hope that we were responsive in being able to garner some good out of this audit, because I think there was some positives for us as an agency. And, all in all, I think the process went fairly well for the department, and I'm happy with where we are today with the data that we do collect and report on, but I do think there's some things that we could do a little bit cleaner to make the numbers that we report more repeatable. And so that's what we'll be focusing on going forward, and that's what's in our write-up and our response back to the Department of Audit. We have some ideas. We've got some standard operating procedures that are under development right now, and that's where we'll go moving forward, Mr. Chairman. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that we can, or specifically, I wanted to offer the perspectives of Julie Cook, as she was the one that was liaising between our agency and the Department of Audit to get this information all compiled.
Thank you, Director Miyamoto. Any just overarching questions for Director Miyamoto before we proceed with Ms. Cook? All right, Ms. Cook, if you'd like, I guess you were put on the hot spot. Stacia, you're still off the hot spot. Ms. Cook, if you want to give us kind of some feedback on the kind of what the process was for you, and then we're going to I'll give the Department of Audit an opportunity to speak to anything that might come up. So, Ms. Cook, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Julie Cook. I'm the Administrative Manager for the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. And I worked very closely with the Department of Audit public funds staff in regards to this audit. And I thought overall that the audit went very smoothly. As the director did say, it was in the very beginning of the pandemic when we were trying to get our staff out of buildings and different things like that. But they were very accommodating, and we did everything through this audit via Google Meets or Zoom. So we were able to do everything socially distant, which was really good. We did have numerous meetings, and during the time when they were actually working on the audit itself, they were very accommodating to our needs, and I think we were very responsive to theirs in the end during the audit process. As the director did say, we were a little late in getting our response back to them, our final response, and I understand that they had a deadline that they felt was important to meet to have the audit posted on the website. And so as soon as we were able, we did get that information over to them. Personally, I found the review of the financial portion of this to be very important. I think that's one of the biggest things that gives everyone the biggest concerns. I've been listening to your other meetings about people and their financial abilities. And so I was very happy to see our financial report come out of there. I did, as the director said, my biggest concern working with the Department of Audit was again on the IT side, and trying to get different information from them on best practices on the IT side. We have no staff. The Department of Agriculture used to have 2 IT staff on board here, and both of those have transitioned when ETS started over there. And so we rely on ETS for the majority of that. Myself and our public information officer are the liaison between the Department of Agriculture and ETS. My expertise is financial. I've learned an awful lot about IT and will continue to do so and work with them. We are taking a lot of the notes that they gave us. We'll be writing a new strategic plan in 2021, and we'll be using that information to help strengthen the strategic plan that we write here in the department, as well as the director said, be able to give better information back to auditors in the future of our performance measures. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the process or how we did that, if that would be helpful for you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Any questions? Any questions? Representative Gray, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cook, I appreciate what you said about the financial portion. I'm a little bit of a finance guy, but I thought that was one of the big things in the audit too. I guess the timing of this was after State Fair. The response said they're going to try to develop this policy where Cheyenne is reviewing the receipts and deposits. I love State Fair. I go, but there's a lot of activity there at the time. I know the agency is there. Everybody's there pretty much. But I thought that was a good recommendation, and it wasn't very elaborate what's going on right now, but I was curious about what you thought about how that was being implemented, because you said you had keyed in on that as one of the key things as well.
Ms. Cook, please.
Mr. Chairman, that is one thing that we're going to be working on with the Wyoming State Fair Board. As I said, the final results came in August. I do spend about 10, 12 days up in Douglas during the fair, and that's the one thing we were kind of working on during that time. And so I wasn't able to address this. My hope is and then the next time the Fair Board met, they were doing their kind of finalization of the old fair. And so it is our intent to have this at their next meeting, that we will discuss this issue and kind of work out the deposits. During the week of fair, there is a lot of internal controls in place on the deposit and verification side. Mostly from my understanding of the report was the actual things that happen off fair time. And it'll be a pretty easy fix. It'll just be a different type of review. Someone will receipt, someone will deposit, and then there'll be a finalization by the state fair manager up there that will go ahead and initial off on that. And so I think that we're going to be able to get that pretty much in place. It was mostly a two-person thing. We do have a good control in place where I actually received the bank statement here directly. It does not go to Douglas at all. So they're getting in their receipts and verification of that. And so we're just going to add another step on their side going forward. So that will be presented hopefully at their next meeting. We'll be able to get that taken care of.
Thank you. Follow up? Anything else? Anything else for Ms. Cook or for the director?
Yeah, I did want to say really quick, I am encouraged.
Follow up, Ms. Representative Gray.
Thanks, really quick. I just wanted to say I'm really encouraged by the direction of the fair. I'm not an ag anymore, so I haven't heard the report, but it seems like there have been some improvements, and I'm really encouraged about the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Perkins, and then Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our friends in the Department of Agriculture. Timing is everything, and unfortunately for most of us, timing is always bad. So, we appreciate that. I think one of the things that I noted, and we appreciate your responses and coming today, and we certainly understand that things happen. One of the things that we're doing is we're looking at these performance audits, and one of the things we're trying to do as committee is kind of get our arms around and see if there's some commonalities in these performance audits, see what kind of value they have, because they are different than the financial audits. And so, ultimately, it's just you guys, it was just a luck of the unlucky nature of the draw that, it was your turn in the barrel today. But I think one of the things that we're looking at is trying to find on these performance reports, trying to recognize, one, what they are, and two, what the responses are of the agencies. Obviously, the purpose of the performance report really isn't to be a gotcha item. It's we all get busy. What's the old expression? We get so busy chopping, we don't take time to ever stop and sharpen the axe. And so the idea of these performance audits is to take a minute and kind of go back and look at some of the overall performance measures that we have as departments in state government, and to try and see if we're doing those. And when meeting those, and it's not necessarily just meeting the performance measure, but it's also a time to examine the performance measure and see if we're measuring the right stuff. I mean, maybe the performance measure isn't the right performance measure as we move forward. And so those things, it's one of those things to look at that and looking for some commonalities, not just in yours, but the others. Director Miyamoto, that was one of the things that jumped out at me looking at some of these performance audits was on the IT security. That's a very common problem across our agencies. And it's, you would think that there, and that was my kind of reaction as I read that, Director, was you would think that there would be kind of a standard operating IT security manual that we would have that would be applicable across most agencies and offices. You'd think that'd be available, and that seems to be a crack that's developed since ETS was consolidated, or IT was consolidated into ETS. And so, that's one of the things that I think we'll be moving on with, and a suggestion or a recommendation we'd make to ETS is to help develop those, because, in most agencies, all that IT expertise is now consolidated in ETS, and the ability to do that is limited, not just in an agency your size, but agencies that are significantly smaller than yours. I think that's one of those common problems. So anyway, we appreciate that. I don't really have any questions, but I did want to just make those comments, Mr. Vice Chairman. I didn't want the Department of Ag think we were just picking on them. It was just they were the first ones out of the chute today. So anyway, we appreciate your attendance. We appreciate your comments, and we're gonna, one of the ideas is how do we make these things, not just the state government work better, but make sure our performance audits, start looking at these performance audits and see, what could be done better and different in those themselves, so that they are of value. So we appreciate everything your responses in the praying today. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Obermuller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just kind of a follow up with what Senator Perkins has been talking about. And I would like to get some feedback on that issue from the department on what you see as the options yourself to deal with the IT issues when you have no staff dedicated to it. Are you just totally at the mercy of what ETS does at this point, or what kind of manuals come from their direction, or do you have feel like you have any options in this area? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mueller. So I know that was directed to the Department of Audit, and maybe
no, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
The Department of Ag, to Ms. Cook.
Okay, sorry. Maybe Ms. Cook, if you want to respond to any suggestions you might have, and then I'll actually ask Department of Audit to talk about the commonalities they're seeing. And then, just as it might occur, we have the ETS going to be on our agenda later this morning. So we will have a full circle on this issue. So Ms. Cook, if you want to initiate that, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We try very hard to work with ETS on different issues that we have. We have some very good support people within the actual ETS that are our support people to help us with a lot of varying issues, ordering of equipment, giving us different things that we need to be working on or looking for. I think it's as a result of this audit, the thing that was most brought up was that we don't have the written policies in place that are individual to our department. ETS itself does have a lot of written policies for state government that we are all supposed to be following. And most of the time we are aware of what those are. And most of the time we understand what most of those are. But not being an IT person, sometimes it's hard for us and our managers to fully understand what that is. And so I think having something that's a little more standardized for all state government to give out and for all of us to have to follow would be helpful in that realm, that we're able to have a little more connection into that group. Before ETS has its new current director, we used to have groups that we participated in. It was called ITCC. I know our director has participated in some other groups at a higher level, and those are really not occurring right now, as I know they're kind of reorganizing and re-looking at their structure. So we used to have a little more input into state policies, not a lot, because it was a group of all state agencies that participated, but I know myself and Derek participated regularly in those meetings so that we could give input for the size of our agency. And I think that maybe right now that's come down a little bit, but I think it's because they're looking at how they're wanting to reorganize themselves over there. And so I can't say that it's bad. It's just we don't have time to dedicate as much time as we would like in this area. And as I said, I am working really hard to do that. And one of the things is we've worked with ETS in July and August to develop a data inventory that was required by statute that we weren't aware that was technically 100% our responsibility, but we did work with them in July to get that taken care of. And I think that went well, working with them. It's just those types of things that we may or may not be aware of that we need to keep on top of, that we need just a little more communication in that area, if that answers the question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Department of Audit, either Justin or Mr. Cummings, is there any follow-up you might have about, not specific to maybe the Department of Ag, but just this, is there a theme that we seem to be out of some of these audits that we're getting on state level anyway about ETS or anything else? Are there some certain themes? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, certainly. So on the IT side of things, I think what the Department of Ag has talked about is common across a lot of agencies. In the past, ETS would tell agencies that it was their responsibility for their data security, even though ETS is the one that had all the people and all the expertise. From what I can tell in management committee meetings and other meetings where Director Knopp has spoken, they're looking at placing more emphasis on being a service organization and finding out from each agency what they do, what kind of data they have, so they can help better serve. So that direction I would anticipate helping out a lot of the IT issues that we tend to run into. In terms of performance measures, I think there's some broad common issues that we tend to run into. For example, one of those is what's termed a dynamic database. So if I'm using a database to track my data for my performance measure, but that database does not have the capability to determine what that database looks like at specific points in time. In other words, it's a live database. It constantly changes. So when we as the Department of Audit come in and say, you need to recreate what you reported last year, a lot of databases as they're constructed don't have that ability to recreate that. And so if there wasn't a snapshot taken of that at that point in time when it was reported, then we can't ever get to the records that made up the number. So we can't ever get to the starting point to be able to conduct our audit. So a solution there is if agencies just take a snapshot of that database at the point in time they report. That would help with that issue. But that issue of a dynamic database is pretty common. Another common issue is a lack of policies or description or consistency, if you will, as to how a measure is calculated. So for example, if you have agencies that may have satellite offices, what's common is each of those offices kind of determines on their own what fits the performance measure. So as an auditor coming in without that consistency, we can't really say, yes, this meets the criteria or no, it doesn't. And then I think probably the third broad issue that we run into on the performance audits is just a lack of documentation that, you know, for whatever reason wasn't kept. And so we aren't able to verify the information that was reported. So that's kind of the broad kind of areas I think that we tend to see across agencies when we do our performance measure audits.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both Ms. Cook and to the Department of Audit, Justin. Any other questions? Any other questions on this? On the Department of Ag? Representative Obermuller, and then Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the Audit Department. Do you see a lot of proprietary type accounting environments offline, spreadsheets and that kind of data that's sort of proprietary to each of the offices you go into and makes it difficult for comparison purposes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chavez, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermueller, not for financial stuff, but for performance measures. There's a lot of different software that's used. Some agencies may use Excel to track that. Some may use an Access database to track that. So there is some variation in terms of performance measure data, but not necessarily financial data.
Thank you. Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Director Chavez, I guess a couple things on the three items you mentioned. I mean, kind of from a high level, what's the solution to those? And I mean, obviously the solution is get more consistency, get documented. But I guess as a practical nature or a practical matter, I mean, I don't know what it means to take a snapshot of a dynamic database at that time. I don't know how big of a deal that is, or when we talk about the documentation or the consistency in calculating performance measures between offices in the same agency. It seemed to me that's not a particularly big deal. But these others, when we talk about that, how big of a deal is it to take a snapshot of a dynamic database at a given time, or to document these performance measures? Is it practical to do that, or is it really a large effort that takes a lot of time and is impractical for an agency? I'd just be interested in your comments.
Mr. Chavez.
Chairman Perkins, I don't think for the most part that they would be difficult things to do. For example, on the snapshot of a database, if it's an Excel file that is being used as the database, just saving that file at that point in time would work. If it's an Access database, for example, you could print out those records. I don't think it's a difficult or time-consuming thing to do.
Thank you. Any other additional questions? Representative Obermueller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one follow-up with the Department of Audit. One of the three items was the lack of documentation. Can you just describe what that actually looks like? What kind of documentation is not there? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chavez, please.
Representative Obermueller, it would depend on what the exact performance measure is in terms of what documentation is missing, because the data that's being reported will drive the documentation that's necessary. So, for example, if we're talking about number of court cases, there may not be, say, a dated document that allows us to determine if it falls into the audit period for the reporting. So, but the documentation that's required is really going to be dependent on what the actual performance measure is and what data is being used to determine that performance measure.
Thank you, Mr.
Follow-up, Representative Obermueller?
Don't know how to follow up at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gray, I think I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask to give a narrative on the performance measures in the report, because frankly, I kind of find them cryptic when they're written up, but it might take too long. Maybe I'll give Mr. Chavez you a call and we can talk about it. But I guess one suggestion I'd have in terms of the presentation of these audits is I think there could be a little more detail on the performance measures part, because it's cryptic to me what's going on there. I know you're evaluating their performance measures that they have to establish in statute, but it'd be nice there in terms of the lay reader, if you could provide a little more background on what's going on and the collection methods, et cetera, because you have this table on page 7 or 6 that it's just not clear what's going on to me. And it's at the bottom of page 7. So I'll give the Department of Audit a call to understand that more. But just one thing on my opinion on the presentation of these, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chavez, if you want to give just a brief response, and then there'll be follow-up between you and Representative Gray, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, absolutely look forward to your call and any suggestions you may have for improving our presentation and our reports. That's something that we regularly try to discuss in-house in terms of what's being presented and how, so that it makes the reports easier to read. So yeah, look forward to talking with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. And Director Chavez, just in the, I guess the other thing is on these 3 measures, or these 3 kind of global issues that we've talked about today, is that information out there, and do agencies understand that when they're asked to take a performance measure, that they need to create these reviewable documentation of how the performance measure was calculated, what data was used to, and document what data was used to calculate it? Do you understand that, or do we need to communicate that better? Or what do you think should be done to resolve that, what seems to be a little bit of a continuing issue among these agencies on these performance audits?
Mr. Chavez.
Chairman Perkins, I do know there's some information in the budget book about performance measures. Whether or not it's to that level of detail, I don't know. I do know, and this was probably quite a few years in the past, that the governor's office would provide training on the performance measure requirements, but it probably wouldn't hurt to provide some updated or current training in terms of performance measures.
Thank you. Director Miyamoto, since you just went through this, and obviously timing wasn't ideal for anybody to be doing additional duties, but you have any thoughts about where some of this information might flow naturally to an agency such as yours and be informative? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Yeah, I was thinking about that as the question was being asked, and it was very pertinent to us, particularly this time. I told you one of our biggest concerns coming into this audit process was not knowing what to expect. And so, and a lot of the deficiencies that you see in our report have to do with the documentation, or basically showing our math about how we came up with the number. Knowing that we needed that would have been an easy resolution for us. Had we known we needed a snapshot of this evolving database, that's something that would have been easily enough captured by us as a department. One of the biggest ones happened to be in our Natural Resources and Policy Division, where they couldn't verify the number of entries in the Federal Register that we had reviewed to whittle down the number that we would actually comment on, because we don't keep that information. We look at that Federal Register every day, and those that aren't pertinent to us just fly right off the back, but we don't document how many of those we're analyzing and not selecting. But if we know the rules, if we have a little bit of background information that we need that data, we need some snapshot of that Federal Register or whatever kind of documentation we're looking for. If that's standardized a little bit more, and we know going into an audit process that that's the standard we need to achieve, I think that would have been beneficial for us. That being said, I also recognize that this audit process isn't something that has been, regular for most agencies. Like this was our first time through it. And so that may be more difficult to do than it is for me to sit here and say. But yeah, I think some training would have been beneficial for us to say, all right, you guys are reporting these numbers in your strategic plan and your annual report documents, but here's the kind of documentation that we're looking for. We have documentation on the comments that we did provide, obviously, and keep all of those. We can verify that number, but documenting how many different possibilities we looked at before filtering down what we're actually going to write policy on is a different story. So yeah, I think there's some room for improvement on our end, and maybe with the Department of Audit to let us as agencies know, okay, here's the standard for that audit. If you're going to report a number, here's what you're going to need to be able to back up that number.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions for the Department of Ag or the Department of Audit? Further questions? Well, thank you very much. Department of Ag, we appreciate your attendance and your insights into the process and your responsiveness when you are able to in between your other many duties. Department of Audit, I think there was a couple follow-ups. We have one member that was going to follow up on some reporting things. And then I think we had one other thing, and I think Abby may have made a note of that as well. So if there's no further business for the Department of Audit, and number 3 or the Department of Ag, we will again thank you and keep proceeding. Have a great day and blessed holidays. All right, members, our next item of business is is a 10 o'clock item, so we are ahead of schedule, and we are joined by the Honorable Ms. Racinas, State Auditor, and Deputy Troutwine. And what we've asked them to speak with us about is the possibilities of a uniform accounting software for political subdivisions. And certainly they provided a great deal of some information, some background information in our packets, and some of the highlights and challenges with that. And I see Auditor Racinas is, my screen says connecting to audio. So we'll give her just a moment to dial in or to get connected. And thank you, Edie, for joining us. Give the auditor just a moment and then we'll proceed. Good morning, Madam Auditor.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, it took me a second to get on.
I can see maybe you need to be on a higher floor and you'd have better service. I see by you're probably a second or third floor. Is there another floor you'd have better service? So anyway, we're so glad you're here with us today. We're so glad you're here with us today. I know you provided quite a bit of material in for the packet to our staff. We appreciate that. But if you'd like to give us kind of the high level overview, and certainly if Ms. Troutwine wants to go into more details and take questions as appropriate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually are on the top floor of the Hirschler building, so we couldn't get higher. And I would also just know that our testimony comes right as JAC is about to mark up our budget. So well played. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope everyone had a chance to look over our letter. I'll try to be concise with what is a little bit of a meandering topic with a lot of moving parts. And Mr. Chairman, I don't think this conversation is premature by any means, but I would say it's very much in its infancy. And prior to the last meeting, we had discussed with our vendor, and our vendor is called CGI, just so you know. So if I happen to say CGI, we had asked them if they had a product for smaller entities. We talk about how huge and complex the state is. Our budget structure is very complex. We know there's, 6 million coffee cans, and the product is robust enough to handle the complexities of the state. And they had said, well, no, we don't really have a product for smaller entities. We've tried, it flopped, and it's not that it wouldn't work for smaller entities. It's just that the product is so expensive, it becomes prohibitive. So after we received the letter from this committee, which we really appreciate, we went back to our vendor, and I'm not going to say we got different information, but we started asking them different questions. And specifically, can smaller entities sort of hitch their wagon to our instance, is the term they use, to our instance of the state accounting system, which is different than our initial discussion of, do they offer a product for that size of entity? So the answer to that question is yes. Not only is that possible, they do have some clients that have been able to utilize that. I think school districts in California, and I think there was a couple other examples. So one of the most challenging concepts of that arrangement is, if other entities use the instance of the state, the long-term cost for the software is not substantial, we don't think. Now, I would tell you the vendor has said that that's not going to be a problem, the increased cost. We don't have a quote, so I tell you that, but actually allowing other entities to use our instance does not appear that part would be costly. So that's good. The issue is, if they use our instance, they have to use the state's setup. So essentially their setup has to mirror what it is for the state. Now, we briefly talked about this at the last meeting, and one of those concepts is we would have to have a standardized chart of accounts. The state of Wyoming chart of accounts has, gosh, in Edie, jump in here. I mean, we have well over 1,000 expenditure codes and over 1,000 revenue codes. And to add on to that, they would have to use the same budget structure. And they, and one thing that is allowed by statute, but most of them don't do this, they would have to comply with a biennial budget. The system we use is customized substantially to allow for that biennium budget. So again, smaller entities would have to comport with whatever our setup is. So when we talk about challenges of this idea, where would the costs come in? Because I think that's a relevant question. The ongoing costs, like I said, we wouldn't expect to necessarily be prohibitive. However, implementation costs, we do think would be substantial. We don't know what those would be, and that would require some further conversations with our vendor, which of course we would be happy to have. One other concept I want to bring up is resources for both training new users and then ongoing help desk services for those users. And so, as you know, the state auditor's office currently staffs a help desk for all users of the payroll and accounting system. We have about 1,000 unique users in the state, and we have substantial staff to staff that help desk. Those numbers, rough guess, right? If we put everybody on this system, we would expect that to at least double. The ultimate increased demand on the help desk is probably something that could be handled with a modest increase in staff. But Mr. Chairman, my concern would be having that many new users at once. One interesting thing about CGI, we've actually been a client of theirs for just over 30 years. So even though the state has gone through various versions of the product and various upgrades, we, the SAO, rely a lot on the institutional knowledge that's out there in the hinterlands of folks that are using the accounting system. So in recent history, there's never been that quantity of new users on the system at once. So back to the question of, you know, conforming entities, budget structure, chart of accounts to the state. We think that's probably going to be one of the biggest potential roadblocks or obstacles to this. There is the opportunity for modifications to the system. Like, for example, if the city of Cheyenne used the state's instance, but then needed robust modifications to accommodate their budget process. That's where we've seen where the dollars get really high really quickly, and it could be very prohibitive for any entity that isn't quite large and have a lot of resources devoted to that. And then again, I think we have a lot of questions about entities' willingness to, or ability, or level of resources to learn a new system and chart of accounts. And Mr. Chairman, we all know that learning a new computer system is difficult for humans, and that's, I mean, we all hate change, and we have to do it. Everybody groans, you know. Typically, when there's a system change, you might have a person or two retire because they don't want to learn the new one. But ultimately, we get through that. I would contrast this scenario where you were learning a new computer system, a new budget structure, and a new chart of accounts. That would sort of be like the silly analogy I came up with. It would be like learning a new computer system, but the entire thing is in German, and all the keys on your keyboard are in different places than they've been before. So I certainly don't want to underscore the challenge that would be, Mr. Chairman, even for the entities that are willing. And I do have concerns about the willingness to hop onto this system. You know, one other thing of note, obviously we would have no idea what contractual obligations would be in place with cities, towns, and counties for their accounting system, how long those might go out. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would finish up and then take any questions. But the one sort of wild card I would say in this discussion is we, the state of Wyoming, plan to upgrade to the next version of the accounting system, hopefully towards the end of calendar year 2021, and that would be complete sometime in 2022. The vendor is telling us, wow, if you were going to contemplate something like this, it would be so much easier if you waited till after you were on that upgrade. That upgrade is known as 4.0. We're on 3.11 right now. So the other thing about that upgrade is allegedly, and I say allegedly because we all know working with large accounting vendors, we trust but verify, and we wait to see that it's true. Allegedly, it is going to have more flexibility in what a user may be able to customize within their product. I'm super hopeful about that, but I wouldn't feel comfortable promising that right now. So Mr. Chairman, I think this conversation is worthy of continuance. So please don't take any of my sort of throwing red flags in the air. I just want to make sure that any steps forward are taken with all the potential obstacles at hand.
Thank you, Auditor Racines. So committee, thank you for that overview and summary of the submissions. Committee, any initial questions for Auditor Racines from what the testimony or the documents? Senator James, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Madam Auditor, so what do you see as the overall benefit to the people as far as the efficiency between the cities, towns, and special districts being able to communicate with the SOA? I mean, do you see this becoming far more efficient in that way, and therefore becoming more efficient with the taxpayers' dollars and the communication as once this becomes fully implemented?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator.
Auditor Racinas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator James, I think that's a great question, and I'm not certain I can answer it fully. I think in a perfect world, or a perfect vision of what maybe could happen, would be where everything's in the same format, which means you all as decision makers could have more ready access to data points and information without having to go through every single individual entity. Now that's it, and you know, for example, you all know of the website we stood up, whyopen.gov, that we're able to post expenditures for the state. If everybody was on the system and everybody had an identical chart of accounts, that's something that potentially could be, you know, there could be a lot more widespread use, which I think would be great. Now, and again, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but there's a whole bunch of things getting, you know, that would be thrown into that perfect picture down the road, in that, well, what if 3/4 of the people won't change their chart of accounts, or if we only get a few more people on, or even if an entity can use it, for example, you know, Sublette County Weed and Pest, is it efficient for someone to learn this system and for the state to pay for educating someone to learn this system and re-educating new people to learn this system when they only have, I don't know, half dozen checks a year? And those are questions I don't know the answers to right now.
Yeah, I think I saw another hand, but I saw movement on the screen, but I don't know where it came from. Maybe not. Yep, Representative Overmuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you for the work you've put in on this and the thinking that you've done about it. I think one of the goals here is actually to try to simplify it for users, kind of a plug and play sort of environment where within the chart of accounts, you select the ones you want and actually need less expertise at the local level to do this, and in a consistent manner that can be audited much easier by the state auditors. I mean, I guess the way I see this is that the goal would be to simplify it out in the hinterlands, maybe cause a little more complexity at the state level, but certainly more consistency, less complexity. And in terms of the number of entities initially using it, you know, I guess what I was picturing is cities and towns, particularly counties, being able to would be the starting point, which obviously doesn't involve thousands of users. You know, you pick a place to start. So, and the other goal of is to minimize customization of the accounting systems. I mean, that's one thing that we really don't want. I mean, we want to minimize that as much as possible to be very standard, so that these entities can be held accountable and more easily understood by the state auditors. I think there's plenty of leverage to get compliance in that area with cities and towns. If they're not inclined to want to do it, I think there's enough leverage that maybe we can require that if we ultimately decide that it's a good idea. So the one thing that I would recommend is you look at, in terms of the standard chart of accounts, is look at the build out of that, in sub accounts where, that would be specifically directed to cities and towns, pick somebody and kind of work it as a potential solution to this. I guess I don't have a question in that, just some thoughts. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cenas.
Thank you very much. Representative Gray, and then, Chairman Perkins, your mute is off. Chairman Perkins.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question for Madam Auditor. It's always good to see you, Madam Auditor. Thanks for coming today and thanks for your work on this. I guess my question to you would be, as a practical matter, seems to me one of the biggest hurdles, besides the fact of just instructing folks about what accounting system they're going to use and what their chart of accounts is going to look like, would be the requirement that most of these folks which have go one fiscal year at a time to biennial, and was there any opportunity? I guess as I understood your comments, that anyone who uses the system that would write on the shirt tails of the state in doing so would have to convert to a biennial system. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, President Perkins, you are correct. That is our understanding. Interestingly enough, the biennialization, and Edie, again, jump in if I say something incorrect, having a biennium budget is actually a significant modification to the standard system that has been worked into our instance because it is required by law. Another example of a substantial modification that has been made to our instance is paying people monthly versus twice a month. And I have another note on that, but and back to Mr. Chairman, back to Representative Obermueller's comments, all of which I agree with. In a way, does it simplify it? Yes, that means any of us could look at anyone's expenditures or budget and say, oh, 100 series, we know that's payroll. 400 series, we know that's enterprise technology. All of that could be standardized, but then there's the question of, is that too complex for, again, the weed and pest district or whatever? And the other comment I think he made that was important, I feel like counties and larger cities and towns are a much more, it feels like the bridge is shorter to them right now than it is to the special districts, of which they vary wildly, right? The type and the complexity, and they don't necessarily have the same expenditures of a kind of more standard government.
Thank you very much. Representative Gray, I think you wanted recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a good conversation. I think that we really got one of the benefits here, which is that we could plug this into Y-Open. So all these entities that have had some trouble with complying with public records requests, plus they're all in different formats, suddenly, and we could do it through statute, we could just link it all into this one system, and it'd just be a beautiful transparency moment, I think, for our state, a huge improvement. But and that I see as the huge upside. I think we got that answered. But this downside is the idea that, I think the biennial budget is the biggest obstacle aside from training. But I think for bigger cities and towns, I think that I'd be able to do it. But so my question is on that. Has the next iteration of this from the letter theme that we've already negotiated for that? Or is there any room where we could talk about maybe a different instance with a modification from a biennial budget for a second instance for local entities as part of our renewal on this next CGI iteration was talked about in the letter?
Auditor Racinas, I think we're talking about the next iteration is 4.0, if I recall.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, these are really good questions. I think your question about could we have two instances, I think that's something that we would absolutely discuss with the vendor. My knee-jerk reaction is there's big dollar signs associated with that, but you know, that may be something that is feasible. I mean, one of my other reactions, which is way out of my lane, so take it for what it's worth, is it'd probably be a lot easier to change the state to annual budgeting versus changing, you know, 100 and some different municipal codes to a biennial concept. But that, again, I won't opine on whether I would like that or not. And further to your other questions, you may recall this is a contract we inherited when we came into office, and it was 12 years long, and we are just starting the 5th year of this contract. So we have another basically 8 years on that contract. That sounds worse than it is. For some reason, the state typically doesn't, and legislature doesn't necessarily look favorably on binding ourselves to that length of contract. However, I would say the glass half full perspective is we have a big IT contract with no escalators built in, which is certainly something that I know many agencies and legislatures struggle with. I would also note that we approached the vendor and were able to negotiate a price drop. And so this, I will tell you that we have I'm going to say a pretty positive relationship with this vendor. And we certainly hold their feet to the fire, but they actually were able to come and drop the price on this for us with some corresponding drops in service. And they were under no obligation to do that. And so that helped us get to our 10% budget cut. So I would note that. And the thought process behind the upgrade to 4.0, we will actually be receiving that at no cost, which is extremely exciting. And the rationale behind that is we're on a version that costs them more to maintain and to service. So even though they will probably lose financially in getting us to this upgrade, we will then become an easier client to manage. So I apologize, that was a little bit of a long meandering answer. But I think as far as future contemplations of second instances, I would just not want to opine without maybe having the vendor put things down in writing for us.
Representative Gray, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think it would be helpful for them to come in and testify, or do you think, I mean, or are you willing to communicate and ask them what is second instance? I mean, if we could roll this in, I mean, I don't know the specifics of the contract. It seems like they've helped, but at the same time, I'm sure it's still a big dollar and, you know, amount. So, I mean, we've been a client for 30 years. Anyway, I just don't think on their end, I don't think it would be a huge change. My guess would be, but anyway, that's my question.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, in an effort to not insult either of us, I think I'm even less of an IT person than you are. So I think those are good questions. I can tell you one of the most expensive things they do for us is maintain testing environments. And we lost one of those in the price reduction, and we think we can move forward with that. But I think through this process, we pushed them pretty hard, and I think we certainly got past a little fluff. But there certainly are real costs that they have to shoulder, and duplicating our services entirely is probably not something they're going to do without cost. Now, we're happy to communicate with them, but I also think they would be willing to testify in front of this committee as well to, whatever you see as being the best avenue.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. I think there's probably two issues with that. One is the instance issue, and the second is just a level of flexibility that may be attained in the 4.0 version. That both could be explored a little further. Any other further questions for the Madam Auditor? Any further questions for Madam Auditor? Seeing none, I don't know if you had anything you wanted Ms. Troutwine to address. If not, we'll let you probably depart for JAC.
And Mr. Chairman, could I just make one closing thought?
Certainly.
I think we are actually just setting up demos of 4.0 so that we understand more about that and what that may be able to offer, and whether there's any additional flexibility that could be leveraged with that version, which there might be, and I'm hopeful there is. I mean, the other, and this is not me just trying to be protective, doubling the users, or even say upping the users by 100 people, especially new users, that is not something my level of staff could handle right now. And Mr. Chairman, I know I don't have to tell all of you the situation we're in. We've eliminated 2 positions already as part of the budget cuts, and my guess is we'll be one more down when I check back in with joint appropriations. I don't say that to feel sorry for us, but I would just say that we could not support a robust addition of new users to this system with current staffing.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Obermuller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Auditor, I appreciate your candidness about that and appreciate your level of knowledge about this whole subject. So look forward to moving forward with as many ideas as we can handle under these circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any final questions for Madam Auditor or Ms. Troutwine? Final questions, going once, going twice. Madam Auditor, thank you very much. We will hope that the JAC is appropriately gentle. We wish you both blessed holidays, and thank you for your time. And I think there probably will be some follow-up, but Abby will communicate that with you if we get to the end of our day. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Committee, so we are ahead of schedule and have a breaks.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Abby.
We did have public comment on this. Ms. Lanta wanted to comment on this
Okay,
agenda item.
thank you. Please, Ms. Lanta, please. Ms. Lanta, are you still with us to provide public comment?
Ms. Lanta, it's showing you are muted. I don't know.
So we might be experiencing some of the cell or technology insecure Wyoming. Ms. Lanta might be experiencing some. Oh, there she is. I see mute came off. Ms. Lanta, did you want to provide any feedback on this uniform accounting software?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some information. As far as special districts are concerned, there is the roadmap to a uniform chart of accounts, and it is our electronic budget form, which we are all required to use. And I would suggest that the quickest way to some kind of standardization, which I understand the need and desire for, the quickest way to do it would be simply that when the Department of Audit Public Funds updates the electronic budget form for the next year, where the form has lines identifying different types of expenditures and income, those line indicators could simply be changed to the standard chart of accounts that relates to it. And by doing that, that also, I think, provides a path to rapid adoption by the districts to understanding the whole correlation of what you're doing on the budget, electronic budget sheet, which we all know how to do. And believe me, I'm not advocating any kind of change to the structure of it because 639 districts would be coming to look for me. I'm just simply saying that if the line identifier was changed to the standard chart of account, which exists in the governmental manual that's on the DOA Public Funds website, is a really good start for all of our members to start looking at it in the form of standardization, and then being able to communicate with commissioners and legislators and towns and other agencies that we work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Lanta. That actually provides a very meaningful suggestion, maybe. Senator Perkins first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Ms. Lana, thank you for that. If I could ask, do you have any idea what's probably the most commonly used accounting system in special districts? Do you have any idea about that?
I think
Ms.
we
Lanta.
have, excuse me, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
With the 639 members and I think from $50,000 worth a year of assessment into the millions, it does range. What I would be happy to do, and I thought of while I was listening here, we do have a method for contacting all the districts. I could do a quick survey. I do know a whole bunch of them use QuickBooks. We're in a risk category that we have to do a annual CPA audit, and we also use a bookkeeper. But I know that our bookkeeper uses QuickBooks Pro to keep our books. And it's what I use in my day job to run the firm. So I think if there was this simple correlation of the standard chart of accounts to what we do on a budget, because everybody understands that we have to do it, I think it's a much quicker way to achieve the kind of communication with standardization that y'all are looking for. And it's a pretty low cost of entry, and right around the $400 for Pro. A lot of them could use the $199 one. But this is one issue we're going to be adding to our training modules on our website so that we can take down some of the barriers that stand. Quite frankly, the thought of using the state's system, I think the chaos that would ensue from trying to shove all of these disparate size districts into that, not to mention the overall cost to the system, because in looking at districts in general, the preponderance of our members, the trustees, are actually out in the field providing the services every day. There are very few fully staffed offices in districts, only the larger districts. So it seems like a pretty cumbersome system for what could be easily handled on QuickBooks. And certainly I know our association would also be willing to work to try to smooth out any of the standardization problems that we have. I would also like to mention, if I might take a moment, I couldn't connect during the conversation on the non-compliance. And I have to say, as someone who has the comfortable life of having a bookkeeper and a full-time auditor, we've never had to fill out the proof of cash because that's covered by our audit. The biggest hitch that I found out in talking to some contacts in the Department of Audit into getting that paperwork done, because like you, I couldn't understand why the piece of paper just couldn't get done and turned in, is that it requires an independent third party to fill it out. And one of the things, I live in Casper and my day job's there, but I work closely with community in Wamsutter, which is a very tiny community where 10 people do everything in town, from districts to the city council. You're kind of hard pressed to find an independent, unrelated third party to do that form. So we will be working with our members to try to take that headache off of everybody's plate. I know it creates headaches for commissioners when they get the letter, creates headaches for the district, and quite frankly, because I think districts are so hard to put into any kind of pigeonhole, because there are 28 different enabling statutes involved. Then we get painted with the broad brush of all these districts that aren't being compliant. So know that you will be having help from the association and to work with our members to make sure that gets done every year. We're just trying to take that headache off of everybody's plate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Follow up, Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Ms. Lana, thank you for that. My guess is that, between QuickBooks and maybe some of them are probably a number that just do it on a spreadsheet like Excel, but
yes,
as you think about particularly some of these small improvement and service districts, those things, a lot of those folks probably don't have more than 10 to 20 expense categories. Some of them would have no payroll, or very, maybe a half a person on a payroll, but most of it's going to be just, it's going to be paying a contractor to come and grade or something like that. Does that sound right to you? And some of these are just, they're not going to have but just a handful of expense categories, or am I thinking about that wrong?
Ms. Lanta.
Yes, sir, Senator Perkins. I think you hit it on the head. In addition to the fact that, again, there aren't permanent offices and, our members are out, killing grasshoppers, hunting down the weeds, doing all the services that we do. In our case, it's running a clinic and the ambulance service. I'm afraid that's where it goes through to the wayside. And yes, it would be an incredibly cumbersome system to use something on the level that the state needs to use to do 20 checks a year. We do something like 15 checks a month. But even so, it would be an extremely, if I might say, ham-handed fix to a problem that, again, even for the ones that are keeping their books on a paper ledger, and I'm sure there are some, that the issue would not be a desire to be not compliant. The issue is their desires to be in the field to do it. So again, by providing this training, also providing evidence of the training for the commissioners, and expanding as we go into the training, I really think that we could also provide assistance in terms of standardization. One thought I have is, I don't know if with the state's buying power, it could negotiate a really good rate with QuickBooks to help a rapid adoption on that. but it's certainly a thought. And again, I think you're going to find a willingness overall with districts to get it right. And now that we have a method of communicating with everybody, I think we can assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Obermuller, you have a question?
Yes, just an observation. Thank you for your testimony on this, Ms. Lanta. I just want you to know that the idea here, those of us who are thinking about this, is to make it more to simplify it, not make it more complex. The vision is to not have special districts learn the state system. The idea is that it's plug and play to be simpler than QuickBooks, learning no accounting system at all other than logging in and entering your income and expenses, with all the reports coming back out of that system to whoever is in need of that information. But certainly the goal is not to make it more complex, but less complex. I just want you to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Ms. Lanta? Ms. Lanta, we do appreciate you joining us and the work you're doing on behalf of the special districts. Any further questions? All right, Abigail, Ms. Bodewin, would the Department of Audit happen to be in the waiting room still?
Mr. Chairman, I do not see them. They had been on previous. Okay. It looks like they dropped off. I can shoot them an email and have them come back after the break.
Well, I just think that we want to follow up on that line identification issue. So maybe if they're not available to come back, that's fine, but maybe just shoot them an email regarding that and maybe reach out to Ms. Lanta. So if you need to ensure we understand what the context of that conversation was, because that seems like at least a first step that might be something we should understand. So thank you very much for that. Members, anything else to follow up on that conversation from Ms. Lanta? And we do appreciate her testimony. All right, with that, members, thank you, Ms. Lanta. Have a blessed holidays. With that, members, we're going to take our break now, and we will reconvene at 10:45. I'd respectfully ask you to turn off your audio and your video, and we will reconvene at 10:45. Thank you. Good morning, members. Welcome back from our break. Ms. Bodewins, I see that we have, maybe let's make sure we get members back on, so at least we know we have a quorum. We have 1, 2, 3. Couple more members would at least signify they're on or turn their video on. I'd know we could continue with a quorum. Are we live online now, Ms. Bodewins? It says in my screen we are, but I just want to double check.
Mr. Chairman, we stayed live during the break. We just put up that screen.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple more members would turn their video on so we can know that we have a quorum and proceed. All right. I believe we have a quorum now of 6. So I see the Department of Audit came back on. So apparently, Ms. Bodewins, you were able to get a hold of them. So did you relay to them the question that was asked or the inquiry that was put before them, Ms. Bodewins?
Mr. Chairman, I did. And if they have questions, we also have Ms. Lanta still on the meeting as well.
Perfect. So Mr. Chavez or Mr. Cummings, either one, I think if you was the question was relayed accurately. Do you have any comments or thoughts about how that Ms. Lanta's suggestion might be implemented and what the timeline would be if it's possible? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if Ms. Lanta could reiterate her question, I think that would be helpful for us.
Ms. Lanta, if you'd like to go ahead, just briefly, just kind of hit the highlight about the line identifiers, chart of accounts on the electronic budget form, but you know the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I had suggested that in order to correlate a standard chart of accounts to specifically special districts, the easiest path that I could see is that when the electronic budget form that we all have to use is updated for the next time that it is used, if the line identifiers, which is the far left column, so for instance, on the overview, starting with S-1, S-2, and on all the way through the budget form, are simply changed to the correlating standard chart of accounts number, it would give a district a roadmap to take that and then do a mechanization, so to speak, of their accounting or have their QuickBooks line up with it. Someone using a paper ledger would be able to certainly be able to better communicate their district's position using standardized language. So I think it's probably the quickest way to have rapid adoption of a standardized accounting chart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lanta. So, Mr. Chavez, does that suggestion make sense? And if you don't have an immediate response, you can certainly consider it and get back to us at another time. So go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think that makes sense. And I think that's something that we could probably fairly easily incorporate into the budget form. I think that's probably something we could have in place prior to this next budget season when budgets are due. Yeah, we can work it.
Okay, so maybe if you would just if there's Ms. Lanta and any other interested organizations you might know of or work with already, maybe just circle those wagons and let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. And then maybe give an update to this committee at our next meeting about kind of where those discussions have gone. we do certainly appreciate your willingness to take a look at it, and Ms. Lanta for the bringing it to our attention. So committee members, anything further on that? Representative Gray, please.
Thank you. Ms. Lanta, I wanted to ask you, I mean, I know you're with the special districts, but I mean, I heard your testimony about the increased cost on this, but you know, do you have a response? I think what I'm thinking more is for cities and towns and counties over a certain population to work on that first. I mean, to me, they're probably all using different accounting systems, and that's a big cost, and they're all doing that individually. And so if we centralize this and maybe even set up a different instance with them having to contribute a portion each to pay for that, you probably still on the back end get a relatively large cost savings, because I imagine they're all probably subscribing to annual subscriptions. It's probably not like long contracts, but I could be wrong. I think we got to do a lot more research on this. And but do you have a reaction to that? Thank you.
Ms. Lanta, take as much or a little as you like of that query. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, again, I fully understand the goal, not only for districts to be maybe more cognizant of the accounting side of providing the services. I can't help but believe some type of standardized accounting platform, that the ensuing chaos would probably negate any benefits from having it being one platform. But certainly, I know we're all willing on the district side to explore whatever needs to be done to enhance communication, maybe remove some of the mystery, some of the frustration that's had about the subject of special districts. Because at the end of the day, special districts are neighbors providing services to their neighbors that aren't being provided otherwise. So, you know, anything we can do as an association or as individual members to come to a good resolution on that, I know there's certainly a willingness on our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, the Department of Audit, for coming back on and finishing that little piece out. So we appreciate that very much, Ms. Lanta. Thank you again. We'll continue on our agenda to our WINGS one-year follow-up, and we're joined by some Department of Health, Family Services folks, including Director Schmidt. So welcome, Director Schmidt. And Abigail, were we going to have any overview first from staff, or there we go. So who's going to provide Department of Health? This is a combination, looks like.
Mr. Chairman, we hadn't planned to go over the report again. We did include it in the packet. The slides here are from Mr. Springer for his presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just for the committee and for the public to know, if you want the full report, it is part of the committee materials and as it was provided previously. Mr. Springer, you have the floor for your presentation and we can see it. So please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Barlow. Jesse Springer with the Wyoming Department of Health. So I'm going to present on WINGS progress since the report was completed. So I think the report was presented at the January 2020 meeting. It seemed like a lot longer than that. 2020 has been a long year, but it was 11 months ago that we presented on this. And so we just wanted to follow up on the progress we've made since that date, so we could go keep moving forward.
Please proceed.
Jonathan, do you mind moving to the next slide? Thank you. So just to recap, we're going through, and this is really all the technologies, the main technology systems used by the Medicaid program, primarily for processing claims, but for a whole wide range of activities we do. So we're really replacing a 30-year-old mainframe that was originally installed in 1993, breaking it into smaller systems that we can purchase easily off the market, and doing it incrementally. So we've been, implementing this for 5 years now, when you count the planning and all those other activities. And so we're hopeful that our major system will be done September 2021, which is our benefit management system, which replaces the actual claims functionality. So, through this, we're looking for some cost savings. We're looking for better revenue, because we have some revenue generation functions, either through program integrity or through pharmacy rebate and other things. And we have seen some benefits already that have, produced some savings to the department. And we're also looking to automate things and take some work that providers are experiencing, so that, they're experiencing, interacting with an older system, and that can cause frustrations. So just trying to make that as easy as possible on the medical providers that submit claims, and just make it more standard, so that, we're not doing things that are customized to Wyoming, trying to do more industry claiming, that it's more similar to interacting with a private insurance company. We can go to the next slide. Any questions on this one so far? So everything in the darker blue on this graphic has been procured or implemented to date, and we're in planning on the light blue item. So our plan here broke the system into 8 modules. We originally started with a smaller set of modules, and there were some federal law changes requiring, for instance, the electronic visit verification. And we came in to the legislature and made a request for that system that was approved. So we put it within this project structure, so that we had a full project staff and technical staff to run the project. Currently, as of today, the data warehouse system is live. We're using it. We're planning, just as these different modules are implemented, we're adding the data into the data warehouse, so that all the data is in one place using a standard set of tools. This system integrator is like the back end of the system. It's live and been implemented, and it's helping us implement the remaining modules. Our fraud, waste, abuse analytics and case tracking system has just gone through federal certification, and we're just waiting on our final certification letter. So that's fully implemented and going through certification. We've requested certification on our data warehouse, and the meeting will be coming up likely in February. So one reason we're going through this is, as we get these systems certified federally, we get 75% federal match on operations. If we don't certify them, we get 50% federal match for operations. So, we have a good incentive to go through and get them certified, so that, we get a higher federal match to run these systems. Our provider enrollment system likely will go live in February. That's what we're currently targeting. Our benefit management system is an active implementation, about halfway through. We had an 18-month timeline, which was very aggressive for this type of system. Other states have implemented about 36 months, and we do think we're going to be able to hit that timeline. And so it's forecast to go live in September 2021. And then the pharmacy benefit management was actually the first module we did. It was implemented in 2017. So, we have a wide variety here. And then the care case management, we have actually procured it once. We weren't happy with the implementation as it was going, and we actually canceled that contract within 2 months, and kind of resent the project back to planning to ensure we didn't have that outcome again. And that was a way to try to basically save the budget and not get us onto a failed project track. This system connects in with other Department of Health systems and other state systems. So we connect to the Wyoming eligibility system, which gives us the eligibility files, and we're working very closely with that project. We send payment data to Wolf's. We get payment data back from Wolf's. This system processes, when it's completed, our current MMIS processes about $600 to $700 million a year in claims and other supplemental payments. We're also connecting with the statewide health information exchange to feed them. At this point, we're planning pharmacy data. So to send the pharmacy data used, we cooperate with the health management, public health systems, and other data. So we're sending data to and from different systems that is required. We also send data to DFS for child support enforcement. We also send them some data on utilization by foster care children. So there's just a wide array of different users, and we're sending data to and from those. Any question on this slide so far?
Please continue.
Okay, so just timeline here. The first contract we signed was our pharmacy benefit manager contract. Then we signed with independent verification validation later. Our pharmacy system went live. We signed our system integrator enterprise service bus contract. And I apologize for the acronyms, but there's no way to make this fit without them. We signed our data warehouse contract in 2018, began implementation, signed our fraud, waste, abuse case management system in May 2018. Our data warehouse went live in March 2019, but then we started adding data to it. Our system integrator and our fraud, waste, abuse systems went live in May 2019. And so you can see we're kind of building up to full functionality here. We signed our provider enrollment screening and monitoring contract, which is required by federal law that we screen providers against a range of federal databases and have them sign a contract. So we started that in August 2019. Our benefit management service contract was signed this year, and we started really going into active implementation. And just in terms of scale, this benefit management services is our largest project to date, and is the one that I think providers and members will interact with the most. So it's how they submit claims. For members, they can come in here, request a card, view their utilization history, have a question about what's covered under their plan, all sorts of things. So we have a full call center for providers that's scoped under this, and claims processing and a number of claims type functions. Our electronic visit verification, this was actually added later. There was a federal law passed that required this, so we added this into the scope just so we had a place to manage it effectively. And so we've been managing it in this structure. That's been signed and it's in active implementation. And this really puts like a phone app into a worker. So when they go and provide a personal care visit, that visit is logged in and out like a time card system with a location. And this was added federally, both for safety reasons, and there was a lot of fraud going on in certain metropolitan areas. And so it was passed as like a national mandate. And so it helps to verify that all the services being provided are actually being provided and at the length that is being submitted on claims. And then, so we have our provider enrollment go live scheduled, and then we have our planned go live for our benefit management system, which is that claims system, and then the electronic visit verification go live. So a lot of activity here. This all goes back to a original budget request that we've been kind of rolling forward and carrying forward with an original $75 million implementation budget. We've been trying to stay within that budget and manage to deliver this collection of modules. There was some money added for the electronic visit verification portion. And so that has its own budget. And then over time, but generally we haven't seen a need at this point to request additional funding or to do anything different. So, so nationally, we're one of the first states doing this type of modular approach. We have gotten really good feedback from the federal government on both the approach and the actual systems we've delivered so far. We've had very positive reviews from the certification processes so far. So we had very few action items when we certified our pharmacy system, and we had one action item when we certified our fraud system that we resolved the same, within a day. And then we expect all of these systems to be able to be certified and get that federal funding.
Great. Thank you very much for the overview, Mr. Springer. Members, any questions for Mr. Springer on the kind of the update on the WINGS project and the timeline and what we expect going forward? Any questions for Mr. Springer? I think the context of this conversation, as folks might want to remember, is how do we, it came from a CHINS overview, if I recall correctly, and how we have more integration of information between different agencies. So the baseline was, our request was, is there a baseline? Department of Health seemed to be one of those obvious systems that was well underway, and Department of Family Services is in the planning stages and maybe now in execution stages. We have the director here to give us updates soon as we try to understand how we can get more value out of our information systems and our the deployment of those of the information that we have. So any questions from Mr. Springer? Questions from Mr. Springer? Thank you. Oh, Chairman Perkins. Reluctantly, Chairman Perkins.
There, couldn't find my
There you go.
cursor to come over and click on the unmute. But the Jesse, as I look at this, one of the reasons that we inquired into this came from the CHINS, and we found that we didn't have the ability to identify and trace a beneficiary across all the systems. And CHINS was an example where you have someone who is in the who receives services from the Department of Health, has in some respects under control, or at least is being in the supervision of the Department of Health, and also has the there's also legal issues with respect to that person's attorney and walking that through the court system as well. And what we found was that even with that to figure out how this person and what this person was receiving and what the potential outcomes for this person was, they had to be manually traced across all the existing systems. And so as I've read your report here, you addressed it by saying, if I understand your report, it says, well, there's a way to do it, but it's not really being done, but there is a way to do it within the existing system if the other systems come in and use our module. Did I understand that about right?
Mr. Springer.
Chairman Barlow, Chairman Perkins. I think the question is technically possible. So I think when we responded to the LSO, it's definitely possible to store all the data in something like this enterprise data warehouse. And so we've tried to build the data warehouse to work for multiple functions and not just be a Medicaid data warehouse. So that would be, I think, from a data perspective, where we would think if other agencies were going to leverage something that we've done here, that would be, I think, the easiest piece to leverage. And then within our system integrator, we have a component called a master data management. And so it takes different attributes like social security number, name, and tries to evaluate whether this is the same person in this system one that isn't system two. And if it has enough linking variables, it assigns them a common enterprise ID. And so we're doing that within the Department of Health system. So all the systems we showed there, we're making sure we're integrating them based on that to say, this is the same person. They have the same Medicaid ID, or they don't have the same Medicaid ID, but we still believe they're the same person based on everything we know about them, and we're linking them. So those are the type of functions that I think could be used by other departments. We've been focused on internal Department of Health users. So we're integrating the immunization registry to the data warehouse, and we're integrating the vital statistics service at this point. So we have been working with some other non-Medicaid users for their leverage of these type of systems, just to make sure they, and some of those are going to have their own segregated areas. So it won't be in a common data area with Medicaid data, but it makes it so that we can link them if we need to say, and we're doing that because we needed to actually know the Medicaid outcomes on immunization and the Medicaid outcomes on vital statistics for members. And so we're adding that data so that we can respond to some federal performance measures that we were not able to report on previously.
Okay, and so, Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up.
Please.
And so, so as I understand that, then, I mean, you're trying to make sure that capability is in your database and that you can do that. And I just would, Mr. Vice Chair, just make the comment, Jesse, that, I mean, at the end of the day, when you add this all together, the state money that's being spent, the federal money that's being spent, we've got probably sneaking up on about $200 million of software being in the process between your department and DFS and some others of having this happen, of these new data systems coming in. And just like you said, I mean, you've got immunization and records. We need, ultimately, whether it's CHINs, whether you're tying it back into the SCHIP program, whatever it is, I mean, it just seems to me that we're spending this money and we want to see what the outcomes are. We just got to ensure that there's this ability to somehow track these people, even if it's through a confidential identifier, to make sure that these, usually it's going to be children or vulnerable populations, are not falling in the crack somewhere. And that's what it's all about. And so I'm just hoping that you can give us your assurance that the Department of Health will continue to work on this and cooperate on this with DFS or other non-Medicaid users, so that we can have, when this is all said and done, we can have a system that will track and help us identify and help us improve, or at least monitor our outcomes to the citizens whom we're providing these services and benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Springer. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Barlow, Chairman Perkins. I think we have been communicating with Department of Family Services and exploring possible uses of these systems, and that was ongoing before the first report, but we've been doing it throughout this year. The Department of Family Services invited me and a few other people to collaborate on some of their procurement activities and some of that design to see if there was opportunities for reuse. We've had some discussions recently as well. So we have been trying to look at Department of Family Services if there's anything here that could help that project. We've also, there's a different system that's not part of this WINGS collection, but it's the statewide HIE. We've been working with corrections on the use of that system. We think that is going to help them, better manage the healthcare of, the corrections population. So there's been different departments that have been working with us on this. And in some cases, they have some legal restrictions about sharing data or using protected health data. So we've been working with them on how to do that. But so far, it's been, I think, pretty successful in terms of reusing a lot of these components.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just continue unless there's a question on the kind of the update on the wing system. We'll go on to Director Schmidt, and I know you have a couple of colleagues, Ms. Schilling and Director Schmidt. Maybe just kind of give us an update on where the initiation of this conversation came from.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Chins, the frustrations that we might have a delay. You go ahead. The floor is yours, Director Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I thought you had paused. My name is Corin Schmidt. I'm the Director of the Department of Family Services, and thanks for giving us an opportunity to update you a little bit on what is happening with our case management system procurement. And I'm going to defer to Lindsay Schilling. She is the Senior Administrator of the Social Services Division, and that is, her unit is in charge of all of the services provided to the population that Chairman Perkins had mentioned, CHINs, but this really does apply to all kids that come into care, not just our CHINs kids. So children who have been abused and neglected, children who are delinquents, and then also children who are in need and supervision, which is the CHINs. And to step back a little bit, Medicaid pays for the medical services of children in care. So no matter who comes into care, Medicaid then becomes the insurance program for those children. And I think that's where a lot of this discussion occurs, is what's the interface between the Medicaid system and the Department of Families case management system that we call YCAPS right now. What are the interfaces, and how can we do better with tracking children over time and looking at outcomes? And certainly WINGS provides us with an opportunity to explore that. There was a conversation earlier at Joint Appropriations Committee and recommendations provided by Barry Dunn that is encouraging ETS to look at an architecture where all the agencies that have new systems coming on board somewhat conform, and I'm not an IT person, but somewhat conform or complement each other so that there is easier integration. And certainly we're interested in that. One of the difficulties we run into with any of our systems are the federal requirements. For our particular system, it's funded 50% by the federal government, because for the large part, we are using the system to meet their requirements. And so looking for ways to integrate and either utilize and still conform to the federal requirements is the exploration we're doing. I'm going to hand the conversation over to Lindsay to give you an update. She has been the one that's had the conversations with Jesse at the Department of Health, and she's also a former employee of Medicaid and can speak a little bit more to how the programs can intersect. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Schmidt. Ms. Schilling, welcome. Good to see you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director, for the introduction. For the committee today, I've just prepared an update on work that has continued related to our YCAPS replacement project. Our acronym for that is the CCWIS. It's a Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. I know there was a lot of conversation last year about funding for IT requests. We partnered with ETS and Barry Dunn through the case study they did of DFS's system. But we have not stopped working on preparing for an eventual procurement and an eventual opportunity to move forward with this particular project. So as Jesse mentioned, we did invite the Department of Health to participate in the development of our procurement requirements. They included staff both on the benefit management side and the claims processing, as well as on the Medicaid eligibility side. Jesse also came over and facilitated a presentation and a conversation with our CCWIS project team, just providing a high-level overview of the WINGS enterprise, how the modular structure was set up, how the system integrator was established to function. And then we had an opportunity to also discuss some lessons learned and things to consider as we continued moving into development of our RFP. On July 1st, we concluded development of that RFP with the requirements that had been been designed through the months of work with our project teams. We continued to move forward with our federal approvals and conversations with our federal counterparts on obtaining and solidifying federal funding approval for planning activities that were related to that as well. Given that we had a bit of an opportunity and a bit of a pause in the project, we opted to go ahead and move forward with a request for information. So having developed the RFP and the procurement document, we really wanted an opportunity for vendors to see the direction the agency was interested in going, the specifics of the technical infrastructure that we had decided on through our feasibility analyses. So on September 16th, we actually released that request for information to our vendor community, and we gave them about 45 days to prepare responses. I was really encouraged by the responses that we received. We actually had 28 responses from vendors across the country related to the draft procurement and the requirements that we released in the RFI. Two big questions that we asked, based on the information provided, would their firm plan to bid on the RFP? 26 were an affirmative response. I think so that sort of spoke to the competitiveness of a procurement we could expect. And then the second question was asking for feedback or comments on the feasibility of the design, development, and implementing of a commercial off-the-shelf solution that meets all the requirements described in the RFI. And we had 18 proposers respond with an affirmative response, noting that the way that the infrastructure had been proposed and the system design set forth, that they had a solution that would be able to meet those requirements. Where we are now, it took a while to get through all 28 proposals, because in addition to just responding to questions, they also provided extensive information on the technical infrastructure of each of the different solutions from the different companies. So we've had an opportunity to go and read through those RFI responses now, and I think are well positioned to re-engage with Medicaid. And we already have, I've talked to Jesse quite a bit, re-engage with Medicaid in serious conversations about potential opportunities to leverage the system integrator portion of their enterprise, as well as the data warehouse. I think those are probably the two simplest, and I say that tongue in cheek because nothing IT related is simple, but probably the two largest opportunities for DFS to consider integration with the Wings enterprise. So I think we plan to continue that work and watch what happens with the conversations through JAC and the Barry Dunn consultant and ETS on plans for potential funding of the system, either now or in the future. And I think, Chairman Perkins, to the point you made, the desire for that interconnectivity across agencies and consolidation of data is even something that's been recognized at a federal level. They actually built into the federal regulations and system requirements for our CCWIS system that we have mandatory data exchanges with 7 external partners, including the Medicaid eligibility side, the Medicaid management information system, our court system, the Department of Education, and then they gave us a couple of additional optional opportunities to consider interfaces with the Social Security Administration. And so those have actually been built into the CCWIS regulation as mandatory interfaces. So any new system project that we would move forward with would be definitely based on the premise of those interfaces with those different entities.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Schilling. Anybody have any questions or queries of the Department of Family Services? Questions with Department of Family Services? We appreciate the update. So interface is one thing, and actually leveraging or getting more out of the value of the system, of course, is another level of hopefully integration, if you will. I guess that leads me to my question was, when you got the respondents the replies back from your, I think 20 plus folks, was there also a question about what level of integration can we have with the system, that the Wings system? Is that something that was explored? These contracts that may that put interest in doing. So maybe I'm froze up. Chairman Perkins, are you with us? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yes, I am.
If you heard, go ahead, Lindsay.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
So you might have to take. Right.
Go ahead. In the RFI itself, we didn't
All right.
specifically make note of the Medicaid Wings system. However, we did ask for information on the specific platform that each of their different solutions would be proposed or would be built on. So we internally have the information now to be able to cross-reference the opportunities and the infrastructure through our CC-WIS vendors with the platforms that Medicaid has used to build on the Wings enterprise. So I think what I would like to do is to sit down with Jesse and map this out, and potentially if we looked at a procurement, later this year, that we would request 2 different cost proposals from potential vendors based on whatever platform they were proposing. One using the system integrator and the data warehouse available through the Medicaid system. And if they're unable to leverage that, then a second cost proposal if they were to propose a standalone system. And I suspect we would see some variation in cost and certainly some cost savings from any vendors that were able to leverage the platforms at Department of Health. So I think that's just a procurement strategy that we need to walk through. And I'm absolutely confident Jesse and his team can help us with the language to go back and add to our RFP to get at that.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Members of the committee, any more questions for either Director Schmidt, Ms. Schilling on this, or Mr. Springer? Any further questions? Well, we appreciate the update, and as things proceed, obviously you might know more after the JAC meets and we understand more of what they do, but we do appreciate the update. And once again, last time, committee members, anything on this topic? Thank you, Director Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr.
Have a blessed holidays and Happy New Year.
Same to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I get these notes once in a while that says my internet is unstable, and I don't know that that's exclusive to just my internet being unstable, but I've done everything I can to limit everything except my video. So if I drop off video, that's what I'm trying to do, is trying to stabilize my internet. We're now joined by Director Knopp from ETS. So Director Knopp, I think we have you down for an update from ETS, and then probably as you're doing that update, and I know you've done this for JAC, probably just a quick snapshot of the Barry Dunn report and what we learned from that, and then if you have any comments on what we've learned this morning, if you got to hear any of that from the Ag Department about SOPs for IT security, and then of course we just got done with Department of Health and DFS integration type things. So if you want to kind of walk through those things, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy holidays to everybody in case we get near the end and that escapes me. This is a great time of the year. So thank you for the opportunity to come before you. I'll make the update as quick as I can from the ETS point of view. Last we met, I had shared with you that we generated some goals a little over a year ago for ETS. I'll give you a little precursor. The Barry Dunn report affirmed the direction that we are going in, which I thought was very pleasant, and gave us some specifics to help us along that path. So that was a good thing as well. But here's the updates towards our goals. Our first goal was improve customer service. And as we make changes in these things, I'm sure you're all familiar with what's called an implementation dip. So what that means is when people do things one way, and then you train them to do them a different way, sometimes it takes a little bit before that new way you see the great strides that you're expecting, right? Whether you're coaching an offensive lineman to place his hands differently, whether you're coaching kids or a person to do math a different way, or whether you're teaching somebody to manage IT in a different way. So that being said, we are making these changes. And I was just on the phone this morning with Director Reif from Audit, and he was kind enough to share that he saw some of the fruits of the labor. So that's a kind thing. I like when I can hear those anecdotal reports that we're making progress, because we also want to hear, and I need to hear when we're not, because if I don't hear about it, I can't fix it. So let me get back to this. Improve customer service. The number one activity, the initiative we had there was to build relationships by developing a deep understanding of the customers we serve. So we have implemented a research-based best practice approach to gather information about the agencies. We've been meeting with agencies one by one, and I shouldn't say it that way because we have a team of people doing this, so we may meet with multiple agencies on the same day. We're gathering information about their mission, vision, values, and goals, what makes them tick, what's important to them, and then we're putting that into an area where we can access that across the agency. When ETS was formed, some people had that inherently because we took people from different agencies. So as an example, if we took a technician from health when ETS was formed back about 10 years ago, that person understood health, but they may not understand other areas. And they may not have shared their understanding of health with other people. So the approach we're taking is to make a more systematic and systemic view of the customers we serve so that we better understand their needs, so we don't come in with the solution in hand before we even understand the problem. I hope that makes sense. That's goal number one. The intent of that was to be finished by this December. We're a little behind between the pandemic and some of the other things that happen this time of year. Some of the agencies we haven't been able to schedule. So I'm very optimistic that that will be completed in early 2021. Now that information is part of our next step, but I need to skip to goal number 2 to give you the rest of that. Goal number 2 was to implement an IT service management program. When ETS was formed, the people inside of ETS did very good things, but it was more reactionary. It was more, hey, there's a problem and we're going to fix it. And they're very passionate. We are very passionate about getting things fixed once we know about them. But not necessarily did we behave in a very good manner. We didn't behave in a manner that would allow us to manage the service well. So we're implementing what's considered to be the global best practice. It's IDLE, and you heard me talk about that before. And we had training at 3 different levels for our people. We had an introductory level training. We had a simulation training, because that's the best way to learn things, is to actually get in there with your hands, roll up your sleeves, get your hands dirty and get to work on it. And then we took a few people through a formal training where they're actually certified as an IDLE, certified that they understand this process. We've completed all of those trainings now, and that was finished last month. So as we've completed trainings on how to do the best practices for IT service management, and we gather the information of our customers on what they need, we're then going to have discussions internally on how we can change our operations, our day-to-day operations, to better meet our customers' needs inside the framework of best practice. So we need both of those things to be complete, and then we'll start those conversations. So that's the update there. And the whole idea here is we're aligning how we operate with what the people we serve need. And we're doing it in a manner that is sustainable and more efficient, because we're following the worldwide best practice called IDLE. And that was alluded to in the Barry Dunn report. They even suggested that maybe we do some more work on IDLE moving forward, which isn't part of our plan that we have already. The last goal that I want to hit on with an update, and that's our goal number 3. We called it effective and efficient practices. But if you read the details of goal number 3, it talks about coming up with long-range plans and standards for various areas of IT. So as an example, I heard some frustration last year when ETS was bringing forward proposals for the unified network. And I'm paraphrasing a conversation now, but the conversation I would paraphrase for you was, okay, you're asking us for this much money for the unified network this biennium. Didn't you ask us for that last biennium? And to me, that clued me in that we haven't done a good job communicating how the unified network is funded or how it operates, right? So my plan became, let's put together like a 10-year roadmap and put out there, this is how the unified network works. This is what we're going to need here, 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 and here. And while we're able to reduce the price sometimes because we get better price over time, today some technology is cheaper than it was 2 years ago. We have an idea of what we're going to need to fund this thing moving forward. That's a long-term IT plan. Sometimes it's referred to as enterprise architecture, where you're building out an idea. You just heard the Wings people talk about that with an enterprise data architecture. And that was one of the action items I took last year when I started. You might remember testimony that I'd identified that inside of ETS, we had a responsibility to help manage state data and become more efficient with our major data systems. And that historically ETS had not focused on that. So we took responsibility for that. It's in our state statutes. We should be doing it. And so we have begun that work now. And we formed a data team to do that. And we did that internally. We had asked for some positions that didn't come to fruition. And I'm not asking for them. I'm just telling you, if you remember the steps, this might cue your memory. And we said, hey, we're going to do this internally. So we repurposed positions. We've got a team of 5 people now, and they are working on this across the state. Their work is an inventory of the data systems we have today, the data that are in them, and then what the data is used for, so that we can better identify areas of possible interoperability, which is what you just heard testimony to from DFS and health, as they talked about that potential. But it's broader than that. There's other areas that can use that data. And by inventorying where the data is, what the data are, right? So where's the data located? What data are we talking about? And for what purpose are people using it? Now we can start to we can start to create an enterprise network of how we can use data and then make data systems more efficient. We are just finishing that inventory as we speak. So that will be exciting in the next few months to start to look at that. The other work we've done is we've done some IT security inventory, and there's been some work there. You've heard testimony this morning that there's some confusion between ETS having a statewide guidance and policy, but maybe we're not much help for the individual agency to address their policy needs. So we're also working on that in a more systemic matter. In the past, that's been anecdotal, meaning if an agency called us, we would sit down with them, and DFS is an example where we worked through an audit that they had and had to meet some federal tax requirements for the information that they had. But that hasn't happened every time it's been asked. So we're trying to we are in the process of putting things into place that will help with that and provide some templates to agencies. We've already been in contact with the Department of Audit to address that and work shoulder to shoulder on those audits, so that we're not surprised when there's an IT audit found in an agency, so that if there is a finding, we can go there right away and help, and then be more proactive as well as we come up with a checklist for that. So that's the update of the work done in the agency. Our next steps are, again, to change how we operate from day to day to better meet the needs that we talk about. We have a system that we've built out to help with the tracking of our services, and so that people can escalate issues if they need to. If we're not responding promptly, they can always pick up the phone and call us, but there's also other avenues they'll be able to take moving forward. That's the high level overview of ETS at this moment. A couple things I said, that was the high level overview, but I want to share with you, we did reduce the CT count across the state by 14 positions last year, or during this year. 10 of them were reductions we made in our step 2 budget reduction. And a few others we had cleaned up from the penny plan. There was still a position in there. We got that taken care of. So we've reduced our staff just a little bit because budgetarily wise, we needed to do that. But we do need the people we have, and we're training them to do the jobs we need to do. So I feel like I rambled there a little bit at the end. Does anybody have any questions on that first part, the update of ETS?
Thank you, Director. Any questions for the Director? Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Director Knopp. We appreciate you. Hey, earlier we were talking about we're having a discussion with the Department of Ag and Department of Audit regarding, I don't know if you were on or heard discussion about one thing that's kind of come up is the lack of written operating procedures for IT security. Did you hear any of that discussion?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Perkins, sorry, Representative Balo, Chairman Balo, and Senator Perkins, yes, I heard some of that. And following that, we have been in discussion with both of those entities, Department of Audit and Ag, to learn more about that, to make sure we understood. But at the end of the day, what I would offer to you is that's part of our plan as we talk to Audit, that we want to work shoulder to shoulder so we don't have a surprise like that where we're unaware of that finding. But also to clarify the help that we're providing to agencies. We did get some clarification on the assertion that Ms. Cook made that we weren't responsive, and I think we've got that misunderstanding squared away. And I believe she also identified an opportunity that they felt they used to have to give us input with an organization called ITCC, and that they haven't been able to do that lately. So I do want to let you guys know that that was an organization that was dissolved in 2016 by the previous director and deputy director. And as we look at our reorganization and how we address governance across the state, we are looking at how we can reintroduce something along those lines to foster that communication coming in. And again, it goes back to understanding the people you serve. So I don't know if I addressed your question or over addressed it, but please let me know. Thank you.
Go ahead. All right, thank you very much. Any further questions on the summary update? I think you actually addressed some of the Barry Dunn questions, but if you have any more specific on that, but go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would tell you the Barry Dunn report as a whole, we found precious little that we would disagree with. There was, like, as I mentioned, we started to implement some of these global standards on what IT service management should be. And Barry Dunn thankfully recognized that work, and then they recognized and they recommended some additional specific work, which very much is in line with what we talked about doing. I was very thankful for the benefit they gave us with some specific recommendations. And what I mean by that is they provided some templates for us to consider. They provided some diagrammed flow charts for us to consider. And so that will help our team. That will reduce the amount of time it would take for us to generate those on our own. Because, you know, you look at best practices and then you figure out how to fit them into your organization. So they did some of that lift for us. So that was very nice. I don't want to say we're going to take every step of what they recommended and implement it just as they recommended, but we'll have the steps in there. They may have a different flow. So if I may, to give you an example of what I mean by that, in the Barry Dunn report, there was a recommendation about an IT committee that the legislature might form to help with providing feedback on long-term strategy for IT. And the committee by itself makes sense, right? To have more communication and be on the same page with the long-term vision for IT strategy. However, in the flow chart on where that timing would be, they had put in there that timing should happen after the governor's budget after the governor's recommended budget has been provided to the JAC. But that committee should meet at that time and then provide to JAC recommendations based on the review of that work the committee did. I would propose that that's a pretty short time frame and probably not something that would work in Wyoming right off the bat. So in a response that I provided to the JAC, I had recommended that we alter that recommendation a little bit and have that committee meet perhaps twice a year. once in the interim over the summer so that they have an idea of what's, what the long range vision is and can provide feedback, and we can work through those things. And then once in mid-September, after all of the agencies have turned in their budget requests to the budget office, and then we would be able to discuss all those items, and that group could provide feedback to the governor's office on their priorities and their ideas of those large IT spend requests. So that would be an example of where in spirit we agree with what they're saying, but in practicality we might need to change exactly how that would be implemented. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you very much, members. The report was in our materials, and so any questions on that? Representative Gray, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, on the report, just want to reiterate, I hope you use this, because the people of the state of Wyoming, I mean, these reports, I always debate whether they're very expensive. I mean, this one ended up being 200,000, and they say in there, well, that's a 375% reduction. They're very expensive, even at this 375% reduction. So I just hope it's used. I know you said you would, so I just impart, I think, the importance of that. And my question is more on the back end here. Have you communicated with JAC and gotten involved in effectuating budget reductions? Are there some positions in agencies that are devoted to IT that have not been eliminated or cleared over time? Maybe political circumstances, maybe it's a bigger agency. I mean, as you know, a key part of the reason for the existence of ETS is to centralize this and then to effectuate a reduction, because it doesn't make sense to have every agency have these positions. And I know over time they creep in during boom years and things like that, especially probably in bigger ones. But have you worked with JAC in trying to identify how we can truly centralize maybe some of those that are outstanding into ETS?
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair and Representative Gray. I have had have I worked extensively with JAC? The answer to that is no, not on that particular topic. Have we done that without communicating with JAC? The answer there is yes. So what I would offer to you is before ETS was formed, there were 391 staff positions associated with technology in the state. And as of about a week ago, when I got the report from A&I, we're down to 278. Now, that shows you a 10-year trend where we dropped it a little bit over 100 positions. What I would offer for your consideration is from last year, when I reported to this committee, I had reported in my, I think it was late November, early December, we met out at the Liquor Commission, and I had shared in that report that the total staff count in the state was 294 positions. 214 of those were in ETS. What I would tell you is today, instead of 294, it's 278 positions across the state. And 200 of those are in ETS. So while I have not worked with JAC specifically on this, like a study or a task force or anything, we have tried to do our due diligence internally on our own. I hope does that make sense, or does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative?
Yeah, could I? Yes, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, we've got about 78 positions there, and it's about, maybe 6-7 million a year. So I guess, how would you characterize those positions? Probably you've had communication with the governor on what those are, but those 78 that are still out there, are those bigger agencies, people evaluating bigger technology programs like we just had the Department of Health on? I mean, how would you characterize those in general?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Representative Gray, I would characterize those at this point in time, they are in agencies where they have agency-specific IT needs, where in general, they were not necessarily enterprise IT needs. And so those positions, to your point, were likely left prior to my arrival. The analysis that we'll begin to do now as we look at how we do IT service management with this best practice training we've talked about is now we can look at things through a little different lens. And as we come up with an enterprise architecture for our data and an enterprise architecture for the service, we will renew that review across the state and see how that makes sense or doesn't make sense. So the last testimony you just received between DFS and health is a great, in my opinion, is a very good example of agencies who are working on interoperability with their systems. But that also means their people are sharing some of that expertise between the two agencies. So that's a good thing, right? Does that mean we might have the potential to reduce a position? The answer to that is maybe, but we have to look at that. What I would tell you right now is I don't know that I don't know that I can continue to say today that we're going to continue to cut positions, because we need to identify the services we should provide and then make sure we're appropriately staffed for that. Now, the example I give you is the data, right? I mentioned that data hadn't been addressed by ETS in the past, but now we are doing it. So part of what we will do is look at, I don't really like the buzzword right sizing, but we need to analyze the services we're trying to provide, and we need to analyze what does it take to provide those services as far as budget and staffing. So that comprehensive review has not yet happened, but we have reviewed positions as they have come up, and we have had that initial conversation with agencies. So I'm being totally transparent that there's been a cursory examination, but not in depth at this moment.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So really quick, there is not a list of those 78 positions, right, that are out there. Is there a way to attain that list, or has it been compiled?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I believe there is a list of the 78 positions, but just because there's a list doesn't mean that it's been comprehensively reviewed, what the work is that they do and that type of thing, if that makes sense.
That is there. If we could get a copy of it. Sorry. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Representative Gray, I will work with A&I to find that, to make sure we get a list.
Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Director Knopf. Now, well, before I ask my question, is it Knopf or not?
Mr. Chair and President Perkins, it's Knopf, sort of like knife or knight, right? Pronounce the K just to be difficult. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. I want to make sure I say it right. I've said it both ways, and you've always been polite enough never to correct me in public, so I appreciate that. But Director Knopf, the other thing I would ask you about, if you could speak to a minute about some of the progress that's been made in standardization and price points on the acquisition of computers, software, and peripherals across the state through the efforts of ETS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President Perkins. What I would tell you is that at this time, we've been able to channel, to my knowledge, all of the purchases. I'm saying that with an asterisk because is there a possibility of a rogue one? Maybe. But I believe all the purchasing now is running through ETS, and we provide the quotes and we go out and find the best deal for that equipment. So that is in place. Now, what I will tell you is we are analyzing to see if we can do even better than we've done in the past, because we're at a time where we need to tighten our belt. So I do want to tell you that I think we are running very efficient right now with those types of things on the standardization of software, the standardization of equipment. As we did our survey of the systems that are out there, we have identified some smaller systems where we believe we can leverage an enterprise contract to help us reduce those prices further. But right now we're just completing that survey of that inventory. So we're going to pursue that. So I'm telling you a gut feeling that I have, but we will verify that. An example I could give you is right now we're going to verify that all of our Adobe Reader, Adobe Acrobat type things that individual agencies might have bought in various capacities before. We're going to try to see if we can wrangle all that up and get a better price in bulk. That's just an example of that. But we had to get an inventory to understand what it is we want to try and chase, right? Instead of just sort of wondering. And that's what we're in the process of doing now. So I wish I could tell you that's done. It's not, but that's where we're at. We've got the information and now we're looking for those efficiencies. Does that help answer the question, sir?
Thank you. Chairman Perkins, follow up.
Yeah, so I can follow up. It does, Gordon, and in addition, I think I just add that in working with your predecessor, I mean, I think that the consolidation and the acquisition of those things has led to, 25% or more in the purchases of those things, because we're buying those as units and together. I think the other thing that I think is helpful is that as you buy computers, that I believe that ETS is doing some analysis of what software is needed on those, so that we're not over purchasing software and having software applications that are and licensing that's being purchased and sitting on computers unused or underused. If you could confirm that, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair and President Perkins, that is my understanding as well, that our technicians, as that is happening, we are analyzing that. And we are rolling that into a higher level, trying to look at that enterprise wide, as opposed to as machines are bought, if that makes sense. So we can do a better job of that. So yes, there is work in that area now, but we're questioning all of these things as we look at an IT best practice and say, how can we do that even better? So I don't want to overpromise, but I do want to tell you we're looking at it to see what we can do better.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. Any further questions for Director Knopf? Further questions for Director Knopf? All right, I think there'll be maybe a follow-up on some IT personnel and other agencies that we can follow up with. Abby will get with you, or you can get with her on that request. Anything else for the good of the order committee for this topic? Go ahead, Director.
I did want to call out, sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I did want to call out and throw some kudos to Health and DFS as they talked about the WINGS program and the interoperability, right? That was one of the first things that we identified when I came on board back in March. And those are two agencies that have been very open to talking about interoperability. And not that there has been an agency against it, but they're demonstrating today, right? That was a topic you talked about. And you guys, some of you heard me testify before, right? We don't want to buy and replace 40 new shiny data systems across the state if we can get by with a smaller data system and leverage data out of the system we already have. And that's really the beauty of this interoperability. That's what we see coming out of potentially the RIS system as well. But I just wanted to point out there that interoperability is a big thing and it is a complex thing. But I'm very excited that the conversation is happening and that Barry Dunn confirmed that direction. But I think that's a word you're going to hear a whole lot more is interoperability. We did that a lot in the K-12 space my last few years there, working across the nation on that. So taking that same philosophy here and applying it to state government, I expect to see it'll take a bit to get traction. But as you heard today, the feds are getting on board with this idea. And as the feds get on board, that helps us avoid regulatory hurdles. And a matter of fact, the NASCIO group, which is the National Association of CIOs that I belong to, we testified in front of Congress, the US Congress, just recently about trying to get better standards from them so it would open the doors to more interoperability. So I do believe there is a conversation there that's happening, and I'm very excited and optimistic about it, probably because I'm a geek and I get excited about data, stuff like that. But just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you very much. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to ask one question more, and I go back and forth, these reports, they're good oftentimes, they do a lot of work, but they are expensive. So I wanted to ask you really quick on the ground. I mean, do you believe this was worth $200,000 of taxpayer funds? Do you believe the upside that was great, that was given to the state, to your agency? I mean, if you don't have an answer, I understand, but just what's your feeling having ingested the report and, because we get a lot of requests for, you know, we have to deal with a lot of these. So I'd like to get your feeling on it. Thank
you. Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, I would offer that probably the right people to answer that questions are the ones who commissioned and paid for it, to see if they felt they got their money's worth. I will tell you, I believe there was a benefit, right? From the point of view of it affirmed that we're heading in the correct direction with the plans that we have in place. We got the benefit of some templates and documents that will help speed us along. And it allows us, ETS and the legislators, to have a common frame of reference and a conversation about how things ought to go, or recommendations on how we ought to consider moving forward. So there's benefit there. I don't know that it's in my purview to put a value on that, whether it was worth the $200,000 or not. I'll defer that question to the folks who commissioned it.
So I think that was us, the legislature. All right, thank you very much. Anything further from Mr. Knopf? Anything further? All right, thank you. Happy holidays, blessed holidays to you and all your staff. Thank you for all the work you're doing. So members, unless there's something that we need to attend to, and Abby, if you have anything we need to attend to before we take our noon recess, anything from you, Abby?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're good. Nobody's in the waiting room. So
perfect. So we will reconvene at 1 o'clock and continue our discussion on the agenda. Thank you very much.